MyCare telah beroperasi selama hampir 12 tahun. Sejak ditubuhkan, MyCare telah menyalurkan sebanyak 171 juta di 23 buah negara, termasuk di Malaysia, Palestine, Pakistan, Afghanistan, di banyak negara di dunia dan yang terkini Timor Leste. Dan penyaluran ini dalam pelbagai bentuk. Satunya kita sediakan shelter ataupun mungkin temporary shelter. Kita sediakan rumah-perumahan. Kita sediakan juga bekalan air, infrastruktur prasarana. Kita juga salurkan bantuan dalam bentuk pak makanan dan juga dalam bentuk pendidikan.
Alhamdulillah, setelah melalui perjalanan hampir 12 tahun ini, MyCare telah melalui pelbagai fasa pengurusan. So kita merasakan bahawa we have enough experience to grow further. Kita merasakan kita ada kepakaran, kita merasakan kita ada wow. Sebab apa? Sebab we have gone through all the processes. Kami telah diaudit oleh third party consulting firm. Kita telah melalui proses audit oleh UNHCR. Kami telah melalui audit oleh FATF dengan mendapat recognition daripada Bank Negara. MyCare juga sebagai salah satu institusi yang telah mendapat special consultative status daripada ECOSOC.
MyCare mempentingkan ketulusan, integriti, good governance. Ini sesuatu yang kita tidak akan compromise. Dulu kita tak compromise, sekarang kita tak compromise dan tidak akan kita compromise di masa-masa akan datang.
Untuk tahun kewangan 2021, kita pastikan ada terdapat 3 segmen yang kita laporkan kepada masyarakat secara umum. Satu, penyaluran. Berapa banyak sumbangan yang kami terima dan berapa banyak yang disalurkan. Yang kedua, berapa banyak digunakan untuk OPEX, untuk pengenalan dan pengurusan. Yang ketiga, berapa banyak pula kami gunakan untuk pelaburan ataupun reserve fund. MyCare telah mengenepikan 15% daripada sumbangan tuan-tuan untuk pengurusan dan juga untuk sustainability jangka masa panjang. Secara sedar, kos operasi secara keseluruhan adalah hampir 10% pada tahun lepas. Tetapi disebabkan oleh pulangan daripada investment, jadi kami dapat menguruskan dengan baik dan hanya 3% daripada sumbangan tuan-tuan dan puan diambil untuk OPEX.
Beberapa tahun akan datang, MyCare ini akan menjadi the leading and respected humanitarian service organisation. Kita menjadi NGO yang utama bukan saja di Malaysia tapi juga peringkat antarabangsa dan juga respect yang dihormati. Dihormati bukan kerana kita hebat, tapi dihormati kerana usaha-usaha murni kita lakukan untuk membantu mereka yang perlu dibantu, tetapi kita berpegang pada integriti dan juga ketulusan good governance yang menyebabkan kita layak dihormati sebab prinsip yang kita pegang. Semoga Allah permudahkan segala urusan kita dan penting diberikan kebenaran atas usaha murni ini di dunia dan di akhirat. Betul hadis yang disebutkan tadi daripada riwayat Bukhari, the first to enter paradise is those who do syariat Allah.
Solidarity of Muslim for Al-Quds Retaken Smart 171 bercita-cita jadi pembebas Al-Quds yang profesional, cerdas, dan taktis. 171 merupakan representasi dari surah 17 ayat 1. Kami berkomitmen membebaskan Palestina lewat edukasi pemuda, membangun kesadaran dan kepedulian pada isu kemanusiaan di Indonesia maupun di Tanah Suci Palestina. Berkampanye dan update kondisi Palestina untukmu. Terkoneksi dengan pemuda Indonesia untuk satukan langkah dalam baik berisik dengan semangat juang yang sama. Program ini mendapatkan sambutan luar biasa dan mendapat penghargaan internasional pada tahun 2022. Saat Palestina terusik, jangan hanya berbisik, kita harus berisik.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed colleges, and fellow participants. I'm honored to welcome you all this to the International Conference of Palestine Genocide, War in Media by SMART 171, Minda Institute, and Asia Pacific Women's Coalition for Al-Quds and Palestine. We gather here today to strengthen public opinion and spread awareness regarding the genocide in Palestine and avoiding Hasbara project from Israel. This conference is a statement to our collective commitment to carrying out scientific studies, strategies, and tactics for implementing disaggregations of media framing from Israel and spreading awareness of what's really happening in Palestine. And I would like to welcome our honored speaker for this conferences for plenary session, Dato Sri Insinyur Dr. Kamal Nasaruddin Mustafa, as the chairman of MyCare Malaysia, Dr. Aina Tripratan, Foreign Affairs Committee at CHNS, also lecturer at Twalaik University, Thailand, Michio Oki from FGA Education Foundations, Japan, and Media Exposure, and also Dr. Maimun Herawati as a chairwoman of SMART 171 Indonesia. And I would like to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Samia Al-Aryan, as a director of the Center for Islamic and Global Affairs at Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, a renowned civil rights activist in the US, whose life struggles and legal battle were documented in US versus Al-Aryan. He is going to clue you in our international Hasbara network in Asia. Their expertise and insight will undoubtedly enrich our discussion. And I would also like to acknowledge the invaluable contributions of our conference organizer, committee members, and staff. Their dedications and hard work have made this event possible. For the conference overview, the world then saw how Israel acted arbitrarily and even violated many international laws and human rights. Israel has also been reported for the crime of genocide at the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court. And however, this does not stop Israel from continuing to attack and kill Palestinian civilians. Due to those conditions, the International Conference of the Palestinian Genocide Forum was used as a platform to study and discuss an idea regarding what countries and the world community can do to stop this genocide in Palestine. We have a stellar lineup of representatives from around the world who will share their latest research, findings, and experiences. I am confident that this conference will foster meaningful discussions, collaborations, and advance in our field. With honor, we would like to invite and hear opening remarks from Dr. Heru Susetio, PhD, as a founder and director of Minda Institute. And for Mr. Heru Susetio, PhD, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much for the moderator or the MC. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Jakarta time for everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me, for the organizer from Smart 171, and also for Baik Berisik and Courageous from Minda as well, and for other speakers from all over the world. Very happy and very honored to be here to deliver my not happening or not just to share, not opening speech, and to share my knowledge and experience in regard to Palestine genocide. My name is Heru Susetio. I'm associate professor, faculty of law, Indonesia. I'm dealing with human rights and international criminal law so far. And so genocide, we have already know that genocide is means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group by killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group condition of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, and imposing measures is intended to prevent births within the group or forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Or let me translate in bahasa Indonesia, genocide menurut Statut Roma tahun 98 adalah kegiatan atau suatu aktivitas kejahatan berat kemanusiaan yang bertujuan untuk menghancurkan secara kesebagian atau keseluruhan, membunuh anggota grup, kemudian menghancurkan ya baik tubuh ataupun mental, dan memberikan kesakitan ataupun menimbulkan penderitaan kepada kelompok secara disengaja, kemudian termasuk mencegah kelahiran dan memaksa memindahkan anak-anak secara paksa, ya. Itu bisa dengan kata penculikan, bisa dengan kata pemindahan secara paksa. And actually the crimes committed by Israel since May 1948, not just genocide, but also if I can recall, or I did some research, at least there are 7 crimes committed by Israel, namely crime of aggression or penjajahan in bahasa Indonesia, and then genocide and ethnic cleansing. Genocide and ethnic cleansing, they're still occurred until now, because if we have learned the history of the genocide, maybe the famous genocide is the one committed by Nazi and Holocaust, where the Jews in Europe is a part of the victims. And then in the modern world, actually is in Rwanda, and in Bosnia-Herzegovina, also in Cambodia. But all of them already stopped, already terminated. But the genocide and ethnic cleansing in Palestine still took place, still until now. So I think this is the longest genocide and ethnic cleansing ever in the world committed by Israel. Another crime, namely the violation to Geneva Convention 1949. Indonesia is already a party to Geneva Convention, and also this convention made by the ICRC already customary international law. So every country must comply to this convention that apply to any conflict, any international armed conflict all over the world, including in Palestine or occupied Palestine territory. Another crimes committed by Israel is crimes against humanity, or kejahatan terhadap kemanusiaan. It can be in the form of transferring people or deportation, like what happened had happened in Palestine until now, since Nakba Day 1948, from 15 or 14 May 1940 until now, pengusiran paksa, and then slavery, perbudakan, penyiksaan, torture, pembunuhan, massive killing, perampasan kemerdekaan, and also what happened in Gaza. Like Gaza, people mention Gaza is the largest prison in the world. Only 6 multiply 40 kilometers. The people cannot go out and cannot go inside from outside, and cannot go outside from inside. It's actually equal as the largest prison in the world. And the situation of even worse, since Israel actually already blocked Gaza many times, and even since not just since October 2023, but since many years ago. Another crimes, namely war crimes or kejahatan perang, and then state terrorism. So I believe, according to the best of my knowledge, to my research, that Israel has committed terrorism, state terrorism. But nobody, or even the UN, even the US, or any big countries doesn't want to refer Israel as state terrorism. But I can clearly mention Israel as a terrorist according to international law, according to my literature. Also, Israel has committed crime of apartheid, because they have discriminated people based on the race, based on the color, based on the ethnicities, and have divided people between Arab, between Israeli, between Palestinian, and other. And we have also observed that the UN has already indicted or tried to indict it, because the ICC the UN through the ICC or International Criminal Court situated in The Hague in Netherlands have already tried to issue arrest warrant. So this is still in the process, of issuing the arrest warrant to three Hamas leader and to the two Israeli leader, namely Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav. I forgot the name. But before the ICC arrested or tried to arrest the people, those five leaders, we know what is the story of them, that Ismail Haniyeh had been killed in Tehran a month ago. So the prospect of the peace in the Middle East, or in the case of Israel and Palestine, actually right now is become more blurred, and because the violence taken by Israel, even though they never admit that they killed Ismail Haniyeh. And on the other hand, we have also heard that instead of ICC, there is ICJ, or International Court of Justice. Israel ICJ has no jurisdiction over crime, and they cannot arrest people, they cannot indict people, they cannot try people, because they jurisdiction are actually limited to country, but they have jurisdiction over Genocide Convention, and they have made some advisory opinion in the conclusion. They mentioned that the annexation of Palestine by Israel actually is a clear violation to international law, and also the discriminative policy against Palestine people actually equal to racial segregation and apartheid policy. So almost similar with what had happened in South Africa during the previous regime. Therefore, but on the other hand, we have already also observed, so even though the crimes committed by the Israel quite clean and clear, we can see by our own eyes, or we have, but still, before the UN or the Quartet of Middle East, or the UN, or the state, or even European Union, or that they still try to negotiate, or difficult to take a clear a tough action against Israel. And even the US seems to always protect and defend Israel. So what we need to do is, according to the topic of this conference, so we need to manage the media as well, manage the issue, manage the opinion, because perhaps in many part of the world, people did not really know what had happened in Gaza or in Palestine, because the mainstream media would like to actually manipulate the issue, or they try to expose the news drivenly. So so according to Ilan Pape, the famous scholar, he mentioned that Israel has developed a very clear narrative about the present carnage in Gaza. It is a tragedy caused by an unprovoked Hamas missile attack on the Jewish state, to which Israel had to react in self-defense. While mainstream Western media, academia, and politicians may have reservation about the proportionality of the force used by Israel, they accept the gist of this argument. This Israel narrative totally rejected in the world of cyber activism and alternative media. Or in bahasa Indonesia, Israel telah mengembangkan narasi yang sangat jelas mengenai pembantaian yang terjadi saat ini di Gaza. Ini bukan kejadian tahun ini, 10 tahun lalu ya. Tragedi yang disebabkan oleh serangan rudal Hamas yang tidak beralasan terhadap negara Yahudi, yang mana Israel harus bereaksi untuk membela diri. Ini bahasa yang mereka gunakan juga ya. Mereka menggunakan bahasa self-defense. Israel use the word self-defense and collective punishment, hukuman kolektif untuk orang-orang yang berusaha menyerang Israel. So Israel used the word collective punishment and self-defense. And less of the people aware that the proper word is annexation, occupation since 1948. People just rely on the action made by Hamas on 7th October 2023, but they forget. But the real action, the real crimes already been made since 1948 actually. So according to this narrative that ini menurut Ilan Pape, meskipun media arus utama barat, akademisi, dan politisi mungkin memiliki keraguan mengenai proporsionalitas kekuatan yang digunakan oleh Israel, mereka menerima inti dari argumen ini. Narasi Israel tidak ditolak sepenuhnya di dunia aktivisme siber dan media alternatif. Jadi, so therefore, I need to conclude my my speech because of the lack of time. Therefore, the fighting or the struggle to create justice and peace for Palestine people, actually not just in the means of fighting against like physical fighting on the war, but also how to manage the media, how to create or to fight to join the war in media. Because and that's why I fully support this this conference. I'm really honored to support this conference, and hopefully this conference can bring the clearer action and somewhat like positive movement for in the future, in the term of the fighting or the war in media. And then and for the last but not least, actually our goals in supporting this war or this fighting, actually we need, our goal is, and in what NSC should do, that we need to support the full freedom and independence of Palestine people, and also to support the Palestine to be a full membership of the UN, because even though they have already got many majority vote from the UN members, but because of the big because of the veto rights, hak veto, then the majority votes actually has no meaning. So we need to end this injustice. Injustice started from the UN mechanism, because they create the vote made by the permanent member of the Security Council, the Big Five. And also we need to make sure to ensure that the Palestine will have the right to return, and then they can get the land and property ownership. And last but not least, we must ensure that we need to support the ICC, the ICJ, or any other court or trial to ensure that those who made a crime or committed crimes in Palestine, in Gaza or West Bank or in other part of occupied Palestine territory must be brought to justice, and that they must be held accountable of current and past crime. Thank you so much for listening, and sorry for taking too much time. And again, success for this conference. Hopefully we can support the fighting, the justice and peace for the Palestinian people through our own network and cooperation, and our own means and skill, of course, particularly in the media network. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, selamat sore. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and have a great conference.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for the inspiring opening remarks from Mr. Heru Susetio. And we will proceed to plenary sessions, and the panelists will be moderated by Anissa Teresia, better known by her stage name, Miss Tere, a motivator and digital murabitun in Indonesia, who now dedicates her life as a humanitarian activist. For Miss Tere, the time is yours.
Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah for this beautiful session. And inshallah, we will have not only a lecture, but also we hopefully can have a better understanding regarding what's really happening now in not only in the whole Palestine, but also the the war itself in media. About Hasbara, I think most of us already familiar with this terminology. Usually translated as explanation. Hasbara has multifaceted and well adapted to the digital age. And Hasbara also has its roots in earlier concepts of propaganda, even censorship. And in this context, I think Hasbara also recognized the control of narrative as a potential weapon. Narrative as an element of rhetoric, and in politics, now the narratives also legitimate some perception and delegitimates others. That's why to understand more about how Israel entity operating their Hasbara agenda to the international levels, so I think we can directly invite this welcome our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Sami Al-Arian, who also noticed as the director of the Center for Islam and Global Affairs, or CIGA, at Istanbul Sahabatin Zaim University. Please welcome, Professor. Jazakallah khair for having us with for the time and for your concern to open our mind in terms of the dangers of Hasbara and the war in media. So please, we will give you the time, and you can perhaps give the explanation until I think about one hour from now.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much for the invitation. I want to thank the organizers of this event, very important event, particularly in Indonesia. I want to also thank Dr. Maimun Herawati for organizing this and for inviting me. The topic of today is the Hasbara, the meaning of Hasbara, and how it's been manipulated and manipulating the Palestinian issue, the Palestinian cause. But before we start discussing this, it's very important to understand the origin of the Palestinian cause, because for anything to manipulate a cause as historic as the Palestinian issue, and that goes far back into the late 19th century, it's important to understand the origins of this. Throughout history, there were two kinds of Jewish communities. There was what Jewish encyclopedia called the Jews of Islam, those Jewish communities that lived throughout the vast Islamic world, and those who lived in European societies and Christian societies, or the Jews of Christendom. The Jews of Islam did not, and this is again confirmed by documentation, and even the Jewish encyclopedia called it the golden age of the Jews, did not suffer the persecution and prosecution that they had to go through in Europe throughout the centuries. It wasn't the last time when they were expelled like Muslims from Andalusia in the 15th century. And many of them had actually to immigrate and settle in Muslim countries. Without going through much details on this, the emancipation in the Enlightenment era, when Jews felt that this persecution that stayed with them for centuries had ended, and that they could actually now get out of their ghettos and immigrate in these European societies where opportunities would be afforded to them after they were denied everything within these societies where they were held within these ghettos. But they found out that this racism, this endemic racism that engulfed European societies was alive. Theodor Herzl, the founder of modern political Zionism, who was a journalist, Hungarian Austrian from Austria, and of Austrian origin and Hungarian origin, he found this out during the Dreyfus affair in France in 1894. And he concluded that Jews will never be able to be integrated in European societies, and therefore the only solution is the nation-state system, and he started advocating for Zionism. So Zionism started towards the end of the 19th century, but he died in 1904 thinking that this project had died, that it's not going to come alive. But this project actually was adopted by European colonial powers, in which they thought that this movement could actually serve colonial interests, in addition to the vibrancy at the time of the Zionist movement, which was determined to establish this by all means. Some of these means we know today as Hasbara. Now, I don't want to go through the whole history of the cause, because certainly this is going to take more than the time allowed here. But the point I'm trying to make is that this problem, the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, did not start thousands of years ago, as the Hasbara people would like us to believe, that this is an endemic problem that goes back thousands of years, that this is a land without a people, for people without a land that was promised by God to certain chosen people, and therefore the world must accept this as a fait accompli and comply. All these are part of Hasbara, and Hasbara is simply put, as the moderator has said, it's shaping the narrative. And what the Israeli propaganda machine, which uses Hasbara, tries to do is to try to selectively use certain historical, sometimes facts, sometimes half-truths, sometimes even fabrications, and try to shape a narrative in order to fit into this Zionist outlook on what the land and the people are. And to do that, they had to create myths. These myths would have to serve this Israeli narrative. So throughout the struggle, Palestinian struggle, and throughout the Zionist onslaught on Palestine, which started, as I said, in late 19th, early 20th century, but culminating after the British occupied Palestine in 1918, in 1917, 1918, and stayed for about 3 decades until the creation of the State of Israel in 1948. Throughout this period, Zionists basically took over the land, while the one of the myths of this conflict is that this is a land without a people, for people without a land. The truth of the matter is that Palestine was always populated with its own indigenous population. The number of Jews, which are the primary target of Zionism, which is the ingathering of Jews from all over the world into the land of Palestine, the number of Jews around the beginning of the century, about 100 years ago, they were less than 25,000. But throughout the mandate of the British mandate, that number rose to about 650,000. In other words, they had over 25, almost 22, 23 multiples times, because the British would allow this massive illegal immigration. But even with that, there was still a minority within the mandated Palestine, within the territory of Palestine. So this is one of the myths that the Hasbara people will try to create. Again, Hasbara is aiming towards manipulating public opinion and shaping the perception about the conflict, about the struggle, in a way that would favor this Israeli narrative. They just advance one-sided arguments, which, as I said, based on half-truths or selective arguments or facts, as well as emphasizing certain things which are irrelevant, and with a barrage of disinformation that combines it in order to create this narrative, and in order also to their purpose, their main purpose, is to impact Western public opinion. They don't care much about other public opinion because they know Palestinians understand their history, and they live their history and experiences, and therefore they know that's not important. Of course, if they can get beyond Western public opinion, that would be better. And for many years, they were able to penetrate, particularly because of their influence on major Western societies, which for a long time they were controlling the major media outlets around the world, whether these were networks, TV networks, whether they were major newspapers or news agencies, or even public means of disseminating information. The idea also of Hasbara is to whitewash Israeli crimes. We have seen this time and again. Whenever there is a conflict, there will always be a deflection point by which Israeli crimes would always find an exception, particularly when we talk about the adherence to international law and international standards and the laws of war. There is always an Israeli exception that would be given to whatever the crime that was committed. Case in point, this whole thing about human shields. We've heard this term before. In order to whitewash, in order to justify killing hundreds and sometimes thousands of civilians, they would always invoke that somehow these civilians were used by the enemy of Israel as human shield, without actually showing a single evidence, even though that term in international law is prohibited. It is not allowed for Israel or for any aggressive party for that matter to kill civilians because somehow there is a nefarious person hiding behind that, whether or not that was done on purpose. But nevertheless, the people who analyze this, the people who propagate this, who disseminate this, you don't really care much about what international law says. It's just a narrative, hoping that this narrative will become the dominant narrative. We've seen, for example, also the myth of Israel is defending itself, that Israel has the right to defend itself, even though international law says that occupying powers have no right to defend themselves. In fact, it is the people under occupation who have the right to resist occupation. Those who occupy other people's lands and try to control their lives and control them have no right to occupy them, and have no right to kill them, and have no right to defend against the resistance. This is international law. This is what law says. In fact, if you go back to the United Nations, many resolutions, there had been many resolutions in the past that affirm that the Palestinians have the right to resist. In fact, they have to the right to resist militarily. This was confirmed back in the 60s, the 70s, and throughout have been confirmed every single year by the UN. There are actually over 900 resolutions from the UN, whether by the UN General Assembly or by the UN Security Council, in which these resolutions affirm Palestinian rights in one way or another. None of them, I repeat, have been implemented by the occupying power. So the job, the task of Hasbara is to make sure all these things are in the background, that always the Israeli narrative is front and center, that they are portrayed as victims, that they are portrayed as people who are trying to defend themselves, while in fact, if we go back and dig deep into the nature of Zionism and what Zionism is about, what is the nature of this movement, what is the nature of this ideology, what is the nature of the regime it has implemented, it has brought about to become the state of Israel back in 1948, we'll find that this is farther from the truth. The Zionist ideology to start with and the Zionist state that it had created is nothing more than a settler, colonial, racist, supremacist, violent enterprise that it's trying to uproot the indigenous people of Palestine and replace them with Jewish communities from around the world. This is something that is no longer disputed. This is something that we could actually give a whole historical narrative, documented, and we could see that this Zionist movement has indeed implemented its program throughout its existence through all kinds of violent means, not starting even with 1948. Indeed, it started long before that. The Palestinian people, during the British Mandate, during the British occupation, and then followed by the Zionist occupation of Palestine, have been subjected to all kinds of violent actions, including murder, including kidnapping, including exile, dispossession, and now we could also see genocide. Ilan Pappé, the one that was referenced before, as well as many other historians, have shown the documents by which in 1948 there was an actual plan to depopulate the land of Palestine, at least the majority of it, from its Palestinian inhabitants. My parents were among these people who were violently uprooted along with my grandparents from Palestine. This is something that I have known and I have heard firsthand from those who have been the subject of this genocide, this ethnic cleansing at the time. Some died and some were exiled. So for them to deny this is simply, obviously, is an attempt to deflect and to also manipulate the larger public opinion, particularly in the West, as if these Jewish communities, they were living in Palestine, and somehow one day people woke up and they tried to purge or to do a Holocaust like Hitler did, which is obviously a false narrative. What happened in Europe is something that needs to be held accountable for those who did in Europe whatever they did to their Jewish communities, and not to punish the Palestinians. But this is another false narrative, because the Holocaust itself was never used as justification to take over the land of Palestine. In fact, the Zionist movement predated the Holocaust by decades, as I said, towards the end of the 19th, early 20th century, while the Holocaust itself happened around the middle of the century. So this was just another justification that was used, another myth that was used to justify what is being done to the Palestinians. There are many myths, but we can also take this myth in which they try to justify taking over the land, that the Palestinians sold their lands and therefore they deserve to be out since they had sold their lands. The fact of the matter is again, farther from the truth. Palestinians under British occupation didn't sell their lands. In fact, those few families who sold land to others, including the Jewish Agency, were very few and did not account for more than 1.5% to 2% of Palestine. And they were mostly absentee landlords. These were mostly families from Lebanon who were tax collectors for the Ottoman Empire. And they had sold a few 100,000 acres of land because they were absentee. They didn't want to lose their lands. The vast majority of the land that was given to the Jewish Agency, they came through different violent manipulating means, including, I would say, that the British would not collect taxes on Palestinian farmers. They would come a few years later with a large tax bill that the farmers couldn't pay. Then they would take that land violently, and then they would hand it over for those who would pay the taxes owed to them. It was a calculated way of taking the land from the farmers and handing it over to the Jewish agency by allaying or by putting these large tax bills. But even with all this, with the grants they got, with the selling of the lands, with the taking over violently, the area of the land that was under Israeli, or under, I should say, Jewish control on the eve of 1948 did not exceed 6.5% of the whole of Palestine. So to justify taking over by the end of 1948 war, almost 78.5%, while they started with 6.5%. And to say the Palestinians sold their land, obviously, is another myth that has been propagated by the Hasbara, propagated by this propaganda machine, propagated and promoted by those who would like to marginalize Palestinian suffering and struggle. Another myth that the Hasbara also would try to say, that the Arabs attacked Israel, that Israel was a very tiny victim to Arab aggression. There are 7 Arab armies that came in trying to finish off Israel. The fact of the matter is that the number of Jews who were under arms exceeded 60,000. They started with over 40,000 during the war. They exceeded 60,000. By the end of the war, they were at 80,000, while the whole so-called 7 armies did not exceed 25 to 30,000. So they tried to minimize this effort, and keeping in mind that during the British, when the Palestinians saw the danger of this illegal immigration, they saw that their lands is being taken over inch by inch and meter by meter. They start organizing to resist this, but the British was so brutal that they would execute a Palestinian for owning a gun or owning even a bullet. They would be executed on the spot. Palestinians had to sell very precious things in order to own some means to protect themselves and to defend themselves. But of course, they were totally outgunned, out-organized, and certainly they did not have the means to do so. And when Arabs tried to intervene, there were so many conspiracies, Western conspiracies, in order to make sure that the Arabs would never have the means. The person who was leading the Arab army, for example, in the East, was a British general, General Globe. I mean, just imagine where Britain occupied Palestine, and the person who was supposed to stop the aggression of the Israelis is also a British. On the Egyptian side, they never had the numbers and never had the weapons to do anything. So this is another myth that they tried to propagate, that somehow Israel was a victim of Arab aggression, while in fact it was the other way around. The war did not start in May 1948, certainly started long before that. And as I said, this has been amply documented. And as the book, The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine by Ilan Pappé would point out, that this was a very elaborate plan with the aim of trying to depopulate Palestine and try to exile and dispossess as many Palestinians in those areas as possible. Another myth that they tried to propagate is that what happened in 1948, again, this is all part of the Hasbara propaganda machine, that the Jews in the Arab world were exchanged for the Palestinians. In other words, there were Jews throughout the Arab world. They came to Palestine to live under Jewish sovereignty, and the Palestinians left Palestine at their own volition. Nobody forced them to leave. It was them who left, and therefore we just exchanged populations. So what is the big deal? And of course, that's farther from the truth. Another lie, another fabrication, another made-up narrative that when you scrutinize it, when you look at the facts, it falls completely on its own because it's just not factual. In fact, it was Israeli organs within the state that were going to different Arab communities, particularly Iraq, Egypt, other places, and try to provoke, incite, even sometimes kill certain Jews in order to compel them to leave the state. And this has also been amply documented. There is a very famous affair called the Levin affair, in which they were trying to instigate certain incidents in Egypt in order to force Egyptian Jews also to leave. So there are so many lies and so many myths. But that's the whole purpose of Hasbara, is try to camouflage, is try to cover the real story and try to bring another narrative that would align with the strategic objective of the state of Israel. And in this case, the narrative of the state is that they need to legitimize the Zionist enterprise, that they need to legitimize the dispossession of the Palestinians, the true owners and inhabitants of the land, that they need to legitimize the violence that has been wreaked on them. Let's remember that none of these Israeli wars, with very few exceptions, which I would discuss, were even initiated by the other. It was always the Israelis who would initiate these wars because they have this military doctrine that the only way they can establish this state and establish deterrence and establish this image of invincibility is to make sure that they can win these wars and they can establish their control and authority in the land of Palestine throughout the struggle, bit by bit, gradually creating facts on the ground, trying to digest them and then move forward. And that's what happened. But that's not the narrative you would hear. And of course, there is always this narrative that if you try to criticize Israeli policy, then you are quote unquote anti-Semitic. Again, this is a false narrative because it's trying to falsely equate being anti-Zionist with being anti-Jewish. The whole notion of being anti-Semitic is that there is an irrational hatred or hostility or the irrational hatred, hostility, and maybe even violence against Jewish persons. And therefore, when you equate Zionism or the criticism of Israel with that, then you are trying to lump these people in a way that they would be called anti-Semitic, and therefore you can marginalize their arguments. And if you happen to be Jewish, then they would have to invent another one because being Jewish and anti-Semitic at the same time doesn't really work. So they would call you self-hating Jew. So this weapon has been used for decades. I think it's losing now its effectiveness, but for many decades they would use that, particularly in Western societies, because of the historical anti-Semitic trope that governments and people in the West have done, particularly during the Second World War, during the Holocaust era. And therefore, it was an effective tool that the Hasbara people would use in order to make sure that their argument will carry the day. But I think now a lot of people are seeing through this particular charge that being anti-Israel or being anti-Zionist or criticizing the policies of the state of Israel does not equate a person who's anti-Jewish. In fact, I argue that what we're trying to do here in exposing Israel, in exposing Zionist encroachment and atrocities, is to save Judaism from Zionism, because one of the greatest disservices that Zionism did, not just against the Palestinians and other communities, but also against the Jewish religion itself, because it has redefined Judaism from being one of the great revealed faiths and traditions, and it made it into a nationalist and ethnic concept. That today you say, if you are Jewish, then you must be pro-Israel. Otherwise, Judaism doesn't make any sense to them. So equating this, of course, is a great disservice to Judaism, because Zionism is nothing more than a colonial settler movement. Yes, its aim is to bring Jews, but that just happened to be the rallying cause in order to justify why they are taking over the land of Palestine. And therefore, our solution to this is not to denigrate or attack or hate Jews, because I think we could see today, particularly after October 7th, there are a great number of Jews who distance themselves from Israel, who criticize Israel, who reject Israeli claims and reject Israeli actions. We, in fact, in the Islamic faith, we have a very clear understanding of the nature, as again the Hasbara people would like to believe. Because in the Hasbara mind, if they can turn this into a religious war, then they will try to rally the Christians, particularly Christian Zionists, and hope that they can make use of the vast technological and industrial advancements of the West in trying to bring about this force against the quote unquote backward Muslims. And therefore, if they can bring this into a religious war, then hopefully, and from their standpoint, they can go and perhaps even bring about a messianic vision and apocalypse of some sort. But of course, as Muslims, we know that this is not how we look at the world. Islam actually recognizes Judaism and Christianity. We have no problem with them. They have problem with Islam because they don't recognize Islam as a revealed religion. Muslims believe that Judaism and Christianity are revealed religions, that they have special status, and that they are respected and they are recognized. And therefore, there is no religious war to start with. The conflict from an Islamic perspective is only against aggressors. We read that in Surah 60, verses 8 and 9, in which the verses says that God does not forbid people from acting justly to those who do not fight them in their religion, and they do not expel them from their homes, but God will forbid people from dealing with these people who expel them from their home or fight them in their religion. In other words, it's about aggression. It's not about faith. And that's why we do not have a religious war from that standpoint. Doesn't mean that people do not rely on their faith and tradition and determination to fight injustice everywhere. That's different from considering this as a religious war. But again, they would like you to believe that this conflict was there for thousands of years and that Muslims are by nature anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic, and therefore the whole world should come to these victims of Islamic anti-Semitism. But the fact of the matter is, again, it goes back to the Jewish Encyclopedia, which says these Jews of Islam lived their golden age during the time when Jews lived under Islamic societies, that Muslims do not have this hatred, this hostility, this violent tendency against Jews the way that the Europeans had it for centuries inside Europe. And therefore, what we present here is we present a narrative that is completely different from what the Hasbara people are trying to present. Our solution to Palestine is that the rights of the Palestinians need to be restored, and that if Europe cannot tolerate or accept its Jewish populations, then we've done this before after 1492 when they were expelled from Spain, Islamic Spain, that they are welcome to settle in Muslim countries from Tangier in Morocco to Jakarta in Indonesia, but not at the expense of being a sovereign state or at the expense of taking anybody's rights, including Palestinians. They could come as immigrants if they cannot feel protected in their own societies. That's how Muslims dealt with them. But that's not the narrative you will hear from the Hasbara people, who are trying to justify their disposition of the Palestinian people, who try to justify the atrocities they committed, the genocide, the ethnic cleansing that have been taking place now for decades. So again, when we go back and look at the facts, you will find that there are a set of facts which are being manipulated and which are being changed. And then more disinformation is added to it in order to bring about an Israeli narrative where that narrative is actually false. We have seen during this war, people are saying, as if the war started on October 7th, and these Israelis are victims, and they are just defending themselves. Farther from the truth. The fact of the matter is that the Palestinians have been, at the end of this conflict, at the thumb of the Israelis. They have been aggressed upon for decades, while the whole world is doing nothing about it. We've seen, for example, Netanyahu standing up 2 weeks, exactly 2 weeks, 15 days before October 7th, in which he was at the UN holding a map and drawing a line that started from India, going through the Gulf into the Arab Emirates, and from the United Arab Emirates to Saudi Arabia, to Jordan, and then to the port of Haifa, and from there to Europe, across the Mediterranean, and calling the whole land of Palestine as Israel, and basically telling the whole world, now we are in control. Now we are presenting to you Israel, which will be safe, secure. It's a greater Israel. There is no Palestine anymore. And we are going to make sure that this world will be prosperous under our control. What was happening in Palestinian territories in the meantime? Well, since the empowerment of his government at the end of 2022-23, we found that they started an aggressive policy of annexation of the West Bank. We see it today. This is what's happening in the West Bank today. They're trying to basically annex Area C, which is about 60% of the West Bank, after they devastated Gaza, because Israel had a problem. And even all the Hasbara people couldn't deal with this problem. Israel, in 1993, when they went into the Oslo Accords, they were trying to shape the Palestinian conflict in a way that they could postpone any kind of resistance until they complete their plans. They never had that. They never had the intention, actually, of giving Palestinians any rights, even though the official Palestinian organization, the PLO, recognized Israel in a so-called two-state solution. The fact of the matter, Israel never recognized anything except the PLO to represent the Palestinians, and then they throw it away and they brought a more client organ called the PA, the Palestinian Authority, and from there on they started annexing the West Bank bit by bit. The number of settlers increased from 115,000 into about 800,000 today. They don't call them settlers, they call them pioneers, because again, its whole notion is to change the narrative, is to change the perception. They don't call it occupied territories, it is disputed territories. So that's part of the diaspora, is to change the perception of the people. They don't call it the West Bank, it's Judea and Samaria. Going back to biblical names, that means it's ours, it's not yours. They don't say, we're going to initially take over the Al-Aqsa Mosque, but over time, they put facts on the ground. So today you say, we need to divide the time. You get your time, we get our time, until they take over. In the same tactic they use in the Hebron Mosque of the Ibrahimi Mosque, in which today, I remember I visited in 1983, the Jews would get 1 hour a day, and now it's the opposite. The Muslims would get 10, 15 minutes for every prayer. They will close it, and then it's open for the Jews. So they took over completely the Ibrahimi Mosque. That's exactly what they're trying to do to the Aqsa Mosque. And Ben Gvir doesn't even hide it. He say openly that we need to take over, we need to put the Israeli flag, we need to build our temple, and we need to take it over. So that's the idea. Now, on the eve of October 7th, the reality is Gaza has been under siege for 16 years. They have been denied everything that other people in the world have. They are completely under siege by the Israelis. The West Bank, it's under obviously occupation since 1967. We're talking about close to 57 by that time, 56, 57 years of occupation. We're talking about the incursion, daily incursion they started. They're trying to depopulate the Palestinians from different communities. They want to start with Area C, go all the way to Area A. They didn't even hide it. Smotrich, who is their finance minister, who is in charge of the West Bank, by the way, has said that the Palestinians really have three choices. One is that they need to be subjects within the Israeli state. They need to adhere and acknowledge that Israel is in control, that they have no political or civil rights. If they don't like it, they can get paid, they get some compensation and leave. And if they don't like it, they will be killed. This is not a new phenomena, by the way. Moshe Dayan, who was the one of the early founders of the Zionist state, who at one point was chief of staff, at one point he was defense minister, and then foreign minister, has said once that the Palestinians, if they want to live in Israel, they need to live, and I quote, like dogs. And if they don't like it, they need to leave. So that's the Zionist ideology. And incidentally, let's define what a Zionist is. A Zionist is any person who believes or acknowledges or recognizes any part of Palestine as that the Jewish communities have the right in any part of Palestine as a sovereign state or as a sovereign entity. Whoever believes that Israel has any part of Palestine or the whole of Palestine, that it should be under Jewish supremacy or Jewish sovereignty, is a Zionist. That Zionist could be Jewish, could be Christian, could be Muslim, could be Buddhist, could be Hindu, could be irreligious, could be anything. So it doesn't have to be Jewish. Of course, it happens that many Jews believe in this and they live in Palestine. These are Zionists, but there are Christian Zionists and we also have Muslim Zionists. So we need to be aware of those who propagate and who basically talk about these things and with different names. We've seen a lot of them within the Arab and Muslim communities. They try to propagate Israeli propaganda, Israeli Hasbara. They bought the Israeli narrative for whatever reasons. I mean, some of them could be doing it because they believe in it, or others because they have other interests. It doesn't matter. These are Zionists, and they need to be confronted. And that Zionism is not just a danger. It's not just a danger for Palestinians. It's actually a danger for the whole world. I don't want to take, because I know that you have some questions, so I just want to conclude by saying that what happened since October 7th is that this whole Israeli project is starting to unravel. Israel had many strategic losses, even with all the tragedies that have taken place. We've seen, for example, the atrocities, the thousands of people that have been killed, the destruction of civil life in Gaza, the hospitals, the schools, the universities, the public places, the water desalination plants, the mosques, the churches, the electricity grids, every part of Gaza has been destroyed, because the idea for Israel is not actually even to avenge, even though they have declared that, but also to change the demographics, because they had a problem. They wanted to have greater Israel. They want to claim that Israel is, quote unquote, a democracy and it will have Jewish majority, but they had a problem because the number of Palestinians in historic Palestine, in British mandated Palestine, which is between the river and the sea, actually exceeds the number of Jews. So they would either have to admit that they are an apartheid state, since they have one group dominating the other with different laws, or they would have to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. And what they found in October 7th is an opportunity. And again, as I said, when you look at October 7th, there are reasons. The war did not start on October 7th. Palestinians in Gaza were under siege. Palestinians in the West Bank were under daily incursions. The Hamas was being Judaized day by day. The people in prison after Ben Gvir became in charge of the prison and the police, they have been living under intolerable conditions in which all the privileges, all the things that they gained, or the rights they gained in prison have been taken away from them. And you add all this up, and what you see here is that there will be an inevitable rebellion, an inevitable eruption, and that's what happened. It was a prison break. The people under prison, they broke out of that prison, and they did unbelievable things that Israelis never thought that the Palestinians were capable of doing. That's why the whole Zionist enterprise was being undermined, and they received strategic losses in terms of security, military, psychological, economic, media, legal, and the narrative, internal, political, and strategic. All these 10 areas, 10 fields, they have received strategic losses. As I said, for example, on the military, their military doctrine has been undermined because it was predicated on 6 principles. All of them were undermined on October 7th. Preemptive strikes, early warning systems, effective deterrence, strong defense, quick resolution, escalation dominance. Each one of them has been weakened or undermined. The psychological nature of this cannot be also underestimated. They did not, because of their arrogance and how they looked at others, did not believe that the Palestinians are capable actually of striking that hard at them and teaching them a lesson. On the economic side, billions of dollars have been lost. Thousands of companies have closed down. Massive economic losses. Investments are no longer coming. The boycott that has spread throughout the world. And then when you look at their narrative that has crumbled since October 7th, now a lot of people are even wondering whether the Zionist enterprise is a sound project for Jewish suffering and of the past. This narrative has been also undermined because of the savagery and the massacres that have been committed. Internally, there's a lot of problems, as we know. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people who are in the reserve, now they became part of this killing machine. It's very difficult to transfer from here to there. And of course, that will impact society as a whole. Tens of thousands of people are under psychological problem, and they cannot get beyond it, because when you turn people into killing machines, it's not easy. Even though 95% of the Israeli people approve of what's happening, which tells you about the nature of Zionism and Zionist society. When you look at the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court, how they have basically indicted Israel, they have condemned its occupation, termed it an occupation, how its political leaders and military leaders are indicted for criminals. How this whole thing is being looked at as genocide throughout the world. These are huge gains and strategic losses that Israel has to do. Even on the political side, in the past, at best, people now and then they would talk about two-state solution. Now they start with a two-state solution. Even some people question whether the whole enterprise would even survive this, whether the whole thing of having this ethno-supremacist state is actually a state that is worth defending, despite the hypocrisy and the double standard of the West and how they have been trying to do it. And strategically, the United States wanted to confront China in Asia, and they wanted to give this region to Israel and Saudi Arabia to protect it and to protect its interests. Now this whole even normalization process is in jeopardy. Incidentally, had October 7th not happened, we would have had a normalization process between Saudi Arabia and Israel. This is a huge thing that would have probably been a huge strategic loss for the Palestinians because of the importance of Saudi Arabia as a land that has the two most sacred cities, Mecca and Medina. But let me tell you that Indonesia wasn't far behind. Had Saudi Arabia normalized, that would have extended to particularly Pakistan and Indonesia, which has been a huge problem because Indonesia is the largest Muslim country, and normalizing with Israel gives it the legitimacy that it should get, and therefore it would have been probably a huge blow to the Palestinians. So that's one of the strategic losses also that Israel is suffering. Just to conclude, I want to say a couple of things. One is that we should not look at this in a negative way. What happens, yes, we have suffered a lot. The Palestinians have suffered a lot. But the strategic losses of Israel that will speed up and accelerate the disintegration of the state, the collapse of the Zionist entity, the dismantlement of this is not far behind. This is the beginning of the end, because it has been exposed for what it is. Zionism is a violent project that wants to dominate this region and wants to use this notion that is no longer operable in this world, the settler, colonial, supremacist, racist ideology to impose its hegemony and control over the rest of the people is no longer accepted. It's no longer acceptable. The Palestinians have shown that they are willing to fight and resist, but we need also to remember the formula is very simple: to dismantle Zionism and the Zionist state and the Zionist structures, the racist structures. It cannot be done without the Palestinians, but also it cannot be done with Palestinians alone. Everyone is part of the struggle. Everyone needs to be part of that struggle from around the world. Palestine is becoming the symbol, the key, the compass, the scale which people could look at the conflict or the fight between truth and falsehood, between justice and injustice, between the forces of good and the forces of evil. We've seen this. This is the only issue, the only cause that can galvanize millions of people around the world. There is no other cause that can actually bring that in every major capital in the world, in which there are thousands, tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of people in the streets, basically calling for the end of the Zionist occupation and for the massacres and for the genocide and the ethnic cleansing that have been perpetrated by Israel. So this is an important point, and I think we need to move now beyond the description into action. That means everywhere, in every capital of the world, there has to be a group of people who can embrace this as a moment by which we can actually end this evil, end this experiment, this enterprise that Palestine can no longer tolerate having this regime, this Zionist regime, having this racist, supremacist regime. That needs to be dismantled. That is our goal. It's not to state and all that stuff. Zionism is no longer acceptable. Racist ideologies should no longer be tolerated or accepted. What we need to do is to do away with this. And we have seen what it means to be a Zionist. It's to be violent, is to be a genocidal, and is to basically commit war crimes, and that should not be accepted. Thank you very much for listening, and if there are any questions, I'm open.
Inshallah. Yeah, Jazakallah khair. Thank you very much, Professor, for the very enlightening explanation. So I think we can open the question sessions if there is any. Maybe, okay, one question from the participants.
I see some hands raised.
Yeah, perhaps the one who raised the virtual hand here. Maybe we can unmute the microphone, Mr. Farabi.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor, for the lecture. It's been very informative and educative. My question is, if the Hasbara project is supported by big money and big media companies, Hollywood, Washington, etc., with a systematic and organized narrative around the world, shouldn't there be an organized and systemic narrative from the Muslim side to fight their narrative, in particular within the global Muslim society itself? Because I believe many of us Muslims don't understand the importance of the issue just yet, and its relevance to our lives as an individual or on a family level. That's my first question. The second question is, if yes, if you think that there should be an organized and systemic narrative from the Muslim side, are we strong enough as one global ummah to create this organized and systemic narrative instead of sporadic movements? Since many of the Muslim countries haven't even budged to help our brothers and sisters in Palestine, or are sporadic movements the answer to fight their narrative? Thank you so much, Professor. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you. I totally agree that the Hasbara attempt. By the way, Israel has its own Ministry of Strategic Affairs, and what it is, it's just a big organization that finances Hasbara, and it has its own organs throughout the world. They have thousands of websites, created websites, fake accounts on social media. And they do that all the time in a very systematic way. There is a whole unit within the Israeli military called Unit 8200. Part of its task, part of its job is to create these false narratives and to create the atmosphere or the narrative within social media. They try to attack others. They have all kinds of techniques. I didn't get through to explain, even though I wanted to, but because of the lack of time. But there is a lot of things going on, and we need to have a counter narrative, a counter groups. And as I say in other forums, that what we need to do is to create a global solidarity movement that will engage and will confront Zionists on all spheres, in all aspects, in all fields, including media. So this is only one part that we need to do. And that needs to be done in every society, not even just Muslim societies. We are now getting into the fifth phase of the struggle, which is the phase of global confrontation. In the past, used to be just Palestinian or Arab or Muslim and so on and so forth. Now we're in the phase where globally we need to confront Zionism. Zionism has proven that it has very, very powerful supporters and very powerful enablers in the US, Europe, and other places, including, as I said, even within the power structure and elites in Muslim societies. These all need to be confronted, and we need to do that in a very organized manner, in a very disciplined manner, having your own strategic plan, identifying all the sources of these Zionist tendencies and Zionist narratives, and try to confront them and try to inform and educate the people. So certainly, to answer your second question, are we strong enough? I think by over time, we will become strong enough. If you look at the resistance on the military field, what it was 20 years ago, what it is today, certainly there's a huge difference. But we need to start empowering ourselves in other fields, not just because this conflict will not just end militarily. We really need to start engaging and confronting Zionism in all spheres. Politically, diplomatically, economically, commercially, artistically, sports, legal, in legal circles and courts, in the media, culturally, educationally, academically, in every field we need to be there. We need to start thinking of those terms. In that case, then everyone is part of the struggle. It's no longer just a few people who are holding arms or this or that. Every single person needs to be a part of this struggle. This is the struggle that defines the future of the world, in my view, and that particularly in the Muslim world, because Israel cannot survive without having or becoming the hegemon of the region. Any attempt for civilizational advancement, for scientific progress, for economic prosperity, it will be fought by Israel, because this could be, the way they see it, an existential threat to them. We've seen that through the Arab Spring, how they looked at it negatively, and they were actively working to make sure it will be defeated, it will go away, and they aligned themselves with other interests in the region to make sure that doesn't happen. So the only way to do that is we need to confront them, and we need to confront them in all fields. And to do that, we need to be organized, we need to be disciplined, we need to be comprehensive, and we need to understand the nature of this and work very patiently until that objective is achieved.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, thank you, Sister Takorabi, for the question, and thank you also for Professor Sami for the explanation. And perhaps we can go to the next participant who want to ask directly to Professor. Is there any other participant who wants to ask directly?
There is, I see one hand, Sarah.
Sarah, okay, please, Sarah.
Yeah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the explanation, Prof. I want to share a little experience. Yeah. We know Hasbara is a challenge for us, especially those who are active on social media. And many of my friends have been followed by false information. Many comments are spread on social media. So it is very difficult to distinguish between what is right and what is wrong. Yeah, and many of them ended up being confused by the large amount of information, and they decided to stay silent, to silent to speak out about Palestine. Yeah, because of many information. What do you think about that? It is right to keep silent because many people confused about the right or false information on social media.
Very good question. And I think people would tend to stay silent for possibly two main reasons. One is that they're not informed enough to respond, and they feel frustrated. And with that, we need to establish a rapid response teams, people who are well educated, well informed, who could immediately respond to these challenges, which are, by the way, sponsored by Hasbara organizations. And they just continue to flood social media with misinformation, with attacks, because they have different techniques that they use. First, they try to ignore, but once these they can no longer ignore them, they start flooding misinformation, changing the narrative, and of course, they try to also malign and attack the people that they think could be influencers. But there are other type of people who know the truth. They know what's right and what's wrong, but they just don't want to be involved in this because of the amount of agony that they would have to go and the amount of suffering. And that's the whole purpose of trying to malign these people. You said there's a price to pay. There's a price to be exacted. Your reputation could be solid. Your job could be in jeopardy. Your whole future could actually become under scrutiny. And therefore, why you want to go through this suffering? You could also, if you are vocal enough, and you could be frozen out from social media, your accounts could be deleted. There are all kinds of consequences that people may have to go through. And therefore, people, I don't want this. But that's the whole price that the Hasbara is trying to exact. The Hasbara notion is that you should not criticize Israel. And if you do, there is a price to pay. And so I tell these people, that particularly if they come from backgrounds in which they know that, that standing up for justice and standing up against the powerful has its own meaningful rewards, because life is not just about material things. Life is not just about living comfortably. Life is about how you can make a difference in the world. And when you stand up to the powerful and to the evil that the Zionist structures and the Zionist supporters are trying to promote, that by itself has its own rewards. It shows that you are capable of making a difference in this world. And this is not just, again, about Palestine. Palestine is just at the forefront of this. This is also about how this world will be shaped. We want a world where the powerful can simply kill the weak and get away with it. We want a world where you have these weapons of mass destruction being employed against defenseless civilians, against children and women, because certain group of people think they can get away with it. If we don't speak up, then that's the result. And if it happens today to the Palestinians and the Israelis and the Zionists get away with it, then it would happen tomorrow for someone else. So this is also about the future of humanity. This is about the future of the world. People should not allow other people to dominate, dispossess, kill, use genocide, ethnic cleansing to get their political aims. So this is about our future, everyone's future. And you cannot be silent when these things happen. And if you don't know, then we need to create teams that can educate the public at large.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor. Hope it can give good understanding for Sarah. Or is there any else?
Yeah, thank you, Mbak Tere. Maybe I have another question for Mr. Heru. May I ask?
I'm not
enggak.
sure
Okay.
about
It's okay.
Professor
Okay.
Hero. Okay.
Enough.
Thank you so much for your participation, Sister Sarah. So I think we come with the conclusion. At least we have to highlight about the Hasbara. However, it's just another form of apartheid ideology set by Zionism that very destructive for human life, especially what's happening in Palestine. If we just got the wrong understanding about this, we cannot differentiate which one is the wrong ideology, which one is just a religion, because the Zionism can be Jewish, can be Christian, can be Muslim, even they no longer relate their religion with it. They just want to make sure that the agenda of Zionism can be established, and therefore we have to be very at least very very firm about this. And secondly, maybe I would like to emphasize this statement, Prof. The right to resist is protected by international law. So we have to take part, everybody needs to take part to reclaim the narrative. So any one of us can do more from our own position, our own activities, like you said before, with the global solidarity movement. Start from the small theme to organize comprehensive until we can be a very big movement can do together to crush this propaganda. And inshallah the time will be the key, and the persistence will be the key to us, so we can work together as one global society to fight back the Hasbara, to counter the narrative with the real humanity agenda, that no one is free until Palestine is free. Is that enough, Prof?
Yes, thank you so much.
Inshallah. Bye. Yeah, Jazakallah khair, Professor. And perhaps if the other panelists already entered the Zoom, maybe we can take a photo first, Prof, with the other panelists for the documentary. Okay.
I think there is already Professor Kamal. Yes, Dr. Kamal is already there. And
Inshallah. Yeah.
the committee can help with taking the picture.
Okay, please.
Sure. Okay, I will count. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Next slide, please. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, we still have one more. Okay, I will count. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sister Fibers. Yeah, Alhamdulillah. Now we can again give appreciation for Professor Dr. Sami Al-Aryan for the very not only blind mind blowing explanation, but also like giving us the energy to fight this hasbara together, inshallah. So I would like to say thank you so much again, Professor Sami.
Thank
Inshallah,
you.
we can meet in another discussion. Barakallah
Inshallah.
fikum. And I'd like to also welcoming Professor Kamal, Datu Seri Dr. Kamal Nasaruddin bin Mustafa.
Thank you.
Inshallah, already come.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, mashallah. Yeah, assalamualaikum, Datu Dr.
Waalaikumsalam.
Kamal. Mashallah. Hope you're doing good.
Fine.
And inshallah, regarding this war in media, I think Malaysia has been proved with their strong support and achievement in supporting the Palestinian, not only the victim, but we also learn about their comprehensive support from the governmental until the individual. Perhaps, Professor, you can give us the lecture and the explanation about what is the tips from Malaysia. Please.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator Dr. Anissa and fellow panel speakers. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Let me express my deepest gratitude to the organizing committee for inviting Humanitarian Care Malaysia, my care, and inviting me to share some of the things that we do in Malaysia and also the update from us in Malaysia. I think it's so very important that we speak about Palestine, and I congratulate the organizing committee for taking this initiative to organize this so very important event. At the very outset, I think it's important that we continue to speak about Palestine. As I would always say, we never stop thinking about Palestine, never stop talking about Palestine, never stop sharing about Palestine, never stop making dua for Palestine. My biggest worry, I thought probably our biggest worry, we are tired. We do not speak about Palestine now, because it has been 300 and almost 330 days. So we are tired. So if we are tired, we do not speak about Palestine. We have to think about what happened to our brothers and sisters there in Gaza, in Palestine. They are even more tired than us, but they have to fight on. They have to protect the land of Palestine, and they have to protect Masjid Al-Aqsa on our behalf. So we cannot be tired. We got to keep talking about this issue and sharing about Palestine. So within this context, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee. Now, another thing that I would like to say is that, sometimes we feel that we cannot do anything, or we can just do something, little things, but be reminded of this saying that if we cannot give to all, it doesn't mean that we cannot give at all. So I repeat that again. If we cannot give to all, it doesn't mean that we cannot give at all. So if we cannot give all support to all Palestinian, it doesn't mean that we cannot give at all. So we should try our best to do something. So within this, Madam Moderator, I don't know, I'm given 20 minutes or so to do my sharing. Is it 20 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. So I will speak about why Malaysia and its people, where do we support Palestine and what do we do? And second is that in terms of media support for Palestine. So within these 20 minutes. But let me just say, today is 30th of August, and tomorrow is 31st of August 2024. And we Malaysians will be celebrating our 69th Independence Day tomorrow, 69. So we are very joyous. You know, we line up a lot of events to celebrate our 69th Independence Day. But I think it's so very important for us to be reminded that whilst we are happy that we are independent, we should not be too happy unless and until Palestinians is also independent. So we have to work hard to ensure that Palestinians are liberated, the land there are being liberated, and our Palestinian brothers and sisters can live with dignity and freedom. They can shape their own future, not to live at the, at the mercy, sorry to say that, and mercy of the Zionist regime. So we have to remove this obstacle. It got to be a collective effort. And though we may be independent now, Malaysia, Indonesia, in other parts of the world, we should never forget and to strive to work hard to ensure that Palestinians will also be independent, inshallah. As the saying goes, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That is, the motto, the battle cry that we will always say. The questions asked, do Malaysians support Palestine? Or does the Malaysian government support Palestine? The answer is yes. Very, very clearly we do support Palestine. It is a very clear case of, as mentioned by Prof. Sami just now, is very clear case of genocide, very clear case of ethnic cleansing, very clear case of murders, and subjugation, blatant, done by Zionist regime of Israel with full impunity. It is cruel. It is it's cruelty and tyranny of the highest degree. So do have option not to support our Palestinian brothers. I don't think we have options. It is our responsibility. It is incumbent upon us to support them in Palestine or any place for that matter in the world under the name of humanity. I just want to share the data. I think all of us know that tomorrow will be 330 days since 7 October 2023, 330 days. So how many of our brothers and sisters had fallen as shaheed? I think the latest report is once about 40,000, almost 41,000. Okay, and those injured is about 100,000. I think the number of 41,000 shuhada probably on the low side because there are many bodies that they are buried under the rubbles. So, but okay, for argument purposes, we say 41,000 shuhada and 100,000 injured within 330 days. So if you calculate it, so it is about 303 person died per day, and 303 person injured per day, and 125 people died per day. That is not a small number. It is not 1 or 2 people who died per day. It's not 5 or 6 injured per day. It's hundreds per day who are injured or who died. In our case, in this case, shuhada. It's grave issue. It's cruelty and tyranny of the highest degree. So, as I was saying earlier on, do we have choice? No, we do not have choice. We do not have options. We have to, in the name of humanity, humanitarian, it is our responsibility to support the Palestinians until, as we were saying, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Malaysia is known to be supporting humanitarian action in history. I'm not. This is not something that we can be proud of, because helping others in need is not something that we can be proud of. But I just want to share in terms of the responsibility that we all carry, that we cannot pass the buck to anyone else but us. We have to take that responsibility. And if each and every one of us feel that is our responsibility to help those in needs, then we can lighten a bit, the burden of our brothers and sisters or victims of war and persecution in the world. So in that sense, Malaysia has a history of helping. I can share with you, during early 70s, Vietnam War, it was reported that 300,000 Vietnamese moved to Malaysia, and also from Cambodia as well, as they were subjected to Pol Pot's regime, who murdered millions of Cambodians, and also in the case of Vietnam. So they came to Malaysia, and there was a place in Pulau Bidong, in the eastern part of Malaysia, a placement for these refugees. And we know also during early 1990s, when the Bosnians were at war, not really war, they were persecuted. Again, genocide perpetrated by Serbians and Croatians. So Malaysia actually had the Bosnians, and brought them to Malaysia, students in primary, secondary school, university level. So there were stories that they had to really run and flee from Bosnia in the dark, in the tunnel, to save themselves and to come to Malaysia. Malaysia is known to have the Rohingyas. There is unofficial report about maybe 250,000 Rohingyas in Malaysia and taking refuge in Malaysia. So we do support them under the name of humanity. And it is our responsibility, as I was saying earlier on, if we were to pass the buck to others to help those in needs, and those people will be in dire, challenges, and many of them would die at the hands of the persecutors. So also in the case of Palestine, Malaysia extended the support very well for decades. We never wavered in terms of our support for the Palestinian. Even if we look at history, involvement in OIC, the first Secretary General of OIC was Almarhum Tunku Abdul Rahman Putra Al-Haj. He was the first Prime Minister of Malaysia, appointed as Secretary General of OIC in 1969. OIC was established on 25th September 1969, and Malaysians are very proud as Malaysian was appointed as the first Secretary General based in Jeddah. So from then on, the support to Palestinians continued until today. But we are very clear after the Operation Al-Aqsa flood, the narrative, as was mentioned by Prof. Sami just now, the narrative is that the Hamas or the Palestinians killed the Israelis, and forgive me for using the term raped and murdered children. These are blatant lies, a complete and blatant lies. They never did that. In fact, this narrative we have to debunk. We have to challenge this narrative, because if we were to go back to 1948, even before Prof. Sami was mentioning, it is during British mandate, early of the century. It is not 7 October 2023 at all. But in any case, we supported the Palestinian. We have never wavered because of the issue of humanity, because of the issue of humanitarian. And I must say the government of Malaysia is at the forefront in supporting this issue with the wholehearted support of the Malaysians. Of course, there will be a few Malaysians who are, who disagree, but you just cannot get 100% people supporting you in any way. But majority support this initiative of helping the Palestinian under the name of humanity. And I would say the support extended to the Palestinian, it is top-down and bottom-up. What do I mean by top-down and what do I mean bottom-up? I'll explain. Top-down, it is motivated, it is shown in the clear terms by leadership of Malaysia, particularly the Prime Minister, Datuk Seri Anwar Ibrahim. I can share with you, when I say about top down, I can share with you that he was at the center stage, raising the issue of Palestine, calling for immediate ceasefire, calling for halting to this genocide, calling for us to all to send in humanitarian help into Gaza. Where did he speak? He speak in APEC conference in November 2023. He spoke direct into the eyes of President Biden in San Francisco and in front of other leaders on this issue of Palestine. Our Prime Minister spoke on this issue as well when he was in Germany in March 2024. He raised this matter with the Chancellor of Germany, Olaf Scholz. He raised this matter in Australia when he met the Prime Minister of Australia, Anthony Albanese. He also recently, 1 week ago, raised this matter with Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, and also in many other leaders of the world. So we can say very clearly that it's top-down in the sense that the very number one person of Malaysia take this matter up and pursue the cause of the Palestinian at the highest level. And this motivates us into also supporting Palestinian bottom-up. So people on the ground, we go support mass gatherings in Kuala Lumpur. There are many mass gatherings that we had in Kuala Lumpur and other cities. And also there was gatherings of solidarity gatherings with Palestinian twice that we had on 24th of October last year and 4th of August this year, attended by Prime Minister. 30,000, 40,000 people converge in that small stadium. So it is bottom up, but I think it's important for us to have both ways of supporting and championing the plight of the Palestinian. It got to be top down, it got to be bottom up. Bottom up because we need to get groundswell. We need to get people on the ground, whether in Malaysia or Indonesia or in Britain, in USA, in Japan, Australia, a groundswell to push for helping the Palestinian. Then the politician will have to listen to the wishes of the people. And this is what's happening. And I think we have to ensure to continuously happen. I just want to share with you, I was in Istanbul in April this year, together with my colleagues from MyCare and many others. We were in the team Freedom Flotilla Coalition. We're supposed to sail from Istanbul to Gaza, bringing 5,000 tons of humanitarian aid, and also another aim of breaking the illegal naval blockade imposed by the Zionist regime around Gaza. We did not manage to sail, but doesn't matter. We tried our best because the humanitarian aid went to Al Arish, then sent through by road to Rafah and to Gaza. But what is important is to share 1,000 participants from 52 countries in the world were there, gathered in Istanbul, wanted to sail to Gaza in the fleet, in the flotilla. And they are many of them are non-Muslims. This is not issue of Muslims. This is a humanitarian issue. So when we could not say, a few of them were shouting, if we cannot sail to Gaza, we will swim to Gaza. So this is an example that over the last few months, 11 months, we have managed to galvanize support, top down and bottom up, groundswell, getting people from all over the world to support the Palestinian and to help support Palestinian. It is enough? It is never enough. It will never be enough. We can only say, oh, Alhamdulillah. For now, it's not Alhamdulillah yet, because, every day our brothers and sisters are being killed. But we can only say Alhamdulillah with the dream that Palestine will be liberated. It will come, inshallah. It will come, inshallah. We cannot be frustrated. We believe in the promise of Allah. The victory, qareeb, will be near, inshallah. So I think I was saying about the leadership top down. our Prime Minister, Datuk Seri Anwar Ibrahim. I think he has the charisma, the leadership skills, the ability to galvanize the support of all people, not only in Malaysia, but around the world. And I think Malaysia is pursuing a balanced policy, a policy of principle of justice, but at the same time, we have to manage and ensure positive impact of global geopolitical challenges. So there is a balance between justice, principle of justice. We have to talk about justice, no matter where it is, and also balance between impact on global geopolitical challenges. So it's something that not many people can track and navigate through easily, but we believe that we have people who can do it. Certainly Malaysian leaders and our Prime Minister, inshallah, can lead. I would also like to mention about the next year, Malaysia will be assuming the chairmanship of ASEAN. I think it's very important that I think I'm running out of time, but just last 1 minute or two. I think it's very important that when we assume the chairmanship of ASEAN, Malaysia will pursue the issue of Palestine, not only under the name of Malaysia, but under the name Regional Coalition of ASEAN, and we will pursue this regional integration of economy, of security, of politics, and also addressing global challenges. We can do it, and the issue of Palestine will never be left alone. It is our collective responsibility to help in any way possible, and we'll be happy, inshallah, the day will come when the Palestinians, when the people in Gaza, when the mosque of Al-Aqsa will be liberated, then we can say, inshallah, it will happen. We'll say, Alhamdulillah. Thank you for the time given, and my apology for any shortcomings. Thank you.
Inshallah. Yeah. Jazakallah khair for the inspiring, not only for the whole participant, but especially for myself, because sometimes we do also feel like tired, Professor. I mean, yeah, that's why we need this kind of session, to boost our spirit together, inshallah.
Sure.
Yeah. By the way, perhaps anyone who wants to ask directly to Dr. Kamal, inshallah. While waiting, maybe I would ask. I think I invite one of my friend from Malaysia. Perhaps Dr. Kamal know her, Farvina Farouk, one of the BDS activists.
She cannot ask questions. She can answer a question.
Inshallah. I think we already have a participant who wants to ask. Okay, Brother Ridwan, please.
There are some who raise hand. Ridwan.
Halo, Assalamualaikum, Cik Kamal.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So, in Indonesia, particularly, the Palestinian effort is seen more like an Islamic problem rather than a humanitarian problem. And what do you think about that linearity between how the Palestinian effort is perceived in Indonesia and in Malaysia? Does the Palestinian cause in Malaysia is seen as a humanitarian effort or just a Islamic effort? Thank you very much.
Thank you. To me, as I was saying earlier on, what happened is beyond imagination. We cannot imagine that will happen in this modern world. People being killed, and the perpetrators do it with full impunity. So it's not an issue of a particular religion. It's not an issue of a particular place. It is issue of humanity. It's a humanitarian issue. So we need to bring across this issue of Palestine to the world. There are someone who are killing the Palestinian with full impunity, and they can go scot-free. Despite the many resolutions passed, we know that in March this year, 24th March or 25th March, the United Nations Security Council passed a resolution 2728, which called for a Zionist regime to halt the bombing, stop call for ceasefire, call for release of prisoners, call for humanitarian aid being sent in to Gaza in Ramadan, but it wasn't, Israel just bulldozed through. So to me, it's a humanitarian issue of the highest scale. It is cruelty of the highest degree, and all the world must support this issue. And I was saying earlier on, we can see, 500,000 people going to the streets in London, going to the streets in New York, because they cannot bear to see children and women being killed without any accountability. But in addition to that, over and above to the issue of humanity and humanitarian, we Muslims would feel even more greater and the need to have and support under the name of Ukhuwah Islamiyah. The first part I was saying about Ukhuwah Insaniyah, that is global in nature. We cannot put, a joke border to it. But over and above, I must stress this, over and above, there is a responsibility as fellow Muslims. So combining all in all, something that we cannot rest and say that's what's happening there is not our business. We have to do more. If the most non-Muslims are going all out to support, then we Muslim in Malaysia and Indonesia got to be double, our effort got to be double than others. So it's so very important. But also, if I may say, I'm so very happy to see the support of the media in Malaysia. When we went to Turkey, about to sail to Gaza, there were 4 reporters with us, 2 from Astro Awani and 2 from Bernama in Malaysia. They are very, very good, committed people. My friends, Sharp, Bob, Izu and Hakim, they are very, very committed. They are media personnel, but more than happy to support the cause of Palestinian. And also my last point, the Malaysian media in full support of this issue. There was a time when 2 of the biggest stations in Malaysia, Astro Awani and RTM, declared publish 24 hours Malaysia for Palestine, where Malaysian could get access to the news on 24 hours basis. So this is something that we should support, and hopefully will continue in many more months to come. We cannot say tired. Tired cannot come from us. Should not be in our vocabulary. Even the Palestinians, they are there. They are not tired. So even more so important for us not to be tired. Thank you.
Amazing answer, Encik Kamal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Ridwan, for the question. And I would like to read from the chat, Dato, inshallah.
Yes, okay.
This is, okay. Dear Dr. Kamal, what real actions can people take to support Palestine if they live in a country whose government supports the oppressor, or if their jobs or positions are at risk if they raise their voices supporting Palestine? This is the question from Sister Fadil.
Okay, the first issue, what can we do to support Palestine? Many things that we can do. Sometimes we feel it's small, or what can I do is a small support, maybe insignificant. No, please do not think that way. I would always use this analogy, say in Malaysia, people will say, I can only contribute one ringgit Malaysia. It doesn't matter, because if 35 million Malaysian population contribute 1 ringgit each, we can collect 35 million ringgit. What can we buy with 35 million ringgit? we can buy 35,000 tents to be sent into Gaza for our brothers, sisters, children, mothers, elderly to live in tents there in Gaza. 35,000 tents that we can buy. Otherwise, they will be living in rubbles, in building in open space. So RM1 makes all the difference. So what else can we do? We can pray. I will always say, one S, the first S, show solidarity. So by attending talks, you go to mass gatherings to show solidarity to the Palestinian. Second, we give support, financial support, contribution. RM1, maybe too small, or ₹1 or 5, 10 rupiah, 100 rupiah, but collectively will be millions that can be sent to Gaza, that we can buy medicine, we can buy food, we can buy drinks, we can buy shelter, we can buy clothes for our brothers and sisters in Palestine. What else can we do? We can pray, make dua. We solat hajat and make dua, may Allah give them reprieve from the onslaught perpetrated by the regime Zionists. So a lot that we can do. Nothing is too small to help those in need, inshallah. The second question about you may be in trouble, you have to know where you are. There are many ways of showing our support. You don't have to stand and shout in front of people, and because of the condition you are there, you may get caught by doing that. So you have to be smart. So supporting people in need, we must be smart, and it must be a concerted and continuous effort. So you don't need to shout. We can just make dua. We can just pray. We can contribute financially, and also do it with our friends. Get people to come together and to support. So if you do alone, you may be subjected to a lot of issues, but collectively you can go far, inshallah, in helping our brothers and sisters. So that's my reply to the question. Thank you.
Inshallah. Yeah, mashallah, alhamdulillah. I think, we can learn many things from the session, Dato', mashallah, because we cannot underestimate small deeds. We cannot underestimate we as individuals, because when it comes to a greater amount, I mean, like when it comes to nations, it comes to people, we can be bigger and we can be stronger together.
Inshallah.
Inshallah. Okay, perhaps maybe you want to add one closing statement before we end the session.
Okay, I just would like to conclude that helping. I want to stress the point that I raised earlier. We cannot be tired. We should not be tired. So the word tired should not come from us. If we are tired, then our brothers and sisters in Palestine they will be lost and will be in a lot of trouble. Second is that if we cannot give to all, doesn't mean that we cannot give at all. So do contribute something. Some of us are very good in social media. You can create TikToks. Billions of people watch TikTok at any one time. So do something and say, help Palestine, and show, mafla, show this thing. It go a long way in putting that impression on people. So do something. Number 3, my conclusion is that this work cannot be done in isolation. You cannot do it alone. We have to do things together. Among Malaysians, we have NGOs, of Ihsan, other government NGOs, 50, 60s doing work together. Indonesia as well, but there are times we can join forces between Malaysia and Indonesia. At least what we can do, sharing things online. I was with Prof. Sami just now. I thought he was just my neighbor. We feel so near, but I think he's in Istanbul. And this is advancement of technology. We have to leverage on technology to pursue this noble cause of helping the Palestinian. And it got to be a multi-stakeholder approach and multi-dimensional collaboration. Remember that word, multi-stakeholder approach and multi-dimensional collaboration with diverse but complementary expertise that we have. We bring all together, so expert in media, expert in advocacy, expert in humanitarian aid, and expert in raising funds. We bring us all together to help those in need, inshallah. So may Allah bless our small effort and grant success to us and grant success to our brothers in Palestine, inshallah. Wallahu alam.
Inshallah, jazakallah khair, Dato' Dr. Kamal Nasruddin, once again, for the not only the presentation, but also the spirit to light our spirit together.
Thank you.
Inshallah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much once again. And perhaps after this, I think the azan in Jakarta and I don't know about in Bandung, but it's
in Malaysia, not yet.
It is
In Malaysia,
Asar
not yet.
now in Jatinangor, but I guess because there are many musafir here, some of them already done Duhur and Asar. Maybe we can be like, some people who wants to go to do Asar, they go Asar and then they come back in front of the Zoom. Is it okay, Mbak Tere?
okay. If it's so, we decide to still continue after this, inshallah, after the azan. And meanwhile, I would like to ask, is Dr. Aina is already here?
Yes, I'm here.
Inshallah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay. In a couple minutes, please. Is that okay? We're waiting
Yeah,
for.
sure. And I just wanted to inform you that I have to share my slide also,
okay.
but yeah, in another account. Yeah.
Okay. Please, maybe the team, the Zoom team can help.
I think I can just try. Okay, if it's there, right? I think it's visible, right?
Visible, yes. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Bismillah. Okay, now the upcoming panelists, I would like to introduce to all of the participants. This is Dr. Aina Taipratan, the Chair of Council for Humanitarian Networking of Sheikhul Islam in Thailand. And inshallah, she'll be delivering the presentation about how Thailand support for Palestine and the Thai media position regarding to this diaspora and war in media issue. Okay, are you ready, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. Just 1 second. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to the moderator and all the participants for joining this conference. I am Aina Taipratan from Thailand, of course, Thai Muslim.
and very delighted to be part of this conference. And on behalf of the Council for Humanitarian Networking of Sheikhul Islam Office Thailand, like, we wanted to thank the organizer for inviting us. And thank you so much for organizing this very timely and important conference. Yeah. So many things have been highlighted by other speakers and are very important issues. So I try to link some of them with my presentation. But just to inform you that talking about Thailand would be very different from what you have heard, about the support in Malaysia, in Indonesia, because we are a non-Muslim majority. We are not a Muslim majoritarian country, right? I mean, most of the Thais are Buddhists, right? So we are facing very different challenges here, about the support for Palestine, which I will be partly talking about this. So my presentation, I will talk about the Thai support and the importance of narratives, which of course I said that it has been highlighted by the speakers already, and then the importance of media, right? So I will just begin with when I have to talk about Thai support, of course I have to talk about the Thai government, right? Because it's very important. And so I will begin with this bamboo diplomacy. So just think about bamboo, okay? So this, it's used to explain a foreign policy of a country, especially a small or medium-sized country, in conducting their foreign affairs, So this term very much used with Thailand, Bamboo diplomacy means that it's like a bamboo that it would bend itself wherever the winds blows, So can't see. Oh, you can't see the PPT? Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah, so I will just continue. Okay, so this bamboo diplomacy means that it's like a bamboo that would bend toward the wind whenever, whichever side the wind blows. So it's like a foreign policy of a country that would always, kind of goes with the majority or the great powers, whatever the great power position is, that country would bend itself toward, the policy of the major powers, right? So this has been used a lot to explain the Thai foreign policy, right? So the Thai government position is that, as I put in the slide, that Thailand remains neutral, right, in the ongoing conflict, and we support the two-state solution. Like, by reading this statement, you might not find any problems here, right? But I just wanted to highlight two words here. It's the word conflict and the word neutral, right? Because conflict is, I think it has been made very clear by other speakers that this is not conflict. Conflict means the fighting between two sides, of equal, equal power, equal capacity. But this is settler colonialism, right? It's an oppression done by Israel toward Palestinians, right? And in the oppression, you cannot be neutral, right? So we hope that this position, can be changed. Of course, we have to take into consideration, as a professor from Malaysia was just mentioning, of the geopolitical, issues, that we have to take into consideration of that. But of course, we have to be balanced, but not being neutral, right? In such a clear-cut genocide, right? And of course, Thailand also very much dependent on Israel. Like if you heard in the news that the Thai workers were being kidnapped, and before the war or before this genocide, like there were 40,000 Thai workers in Israel. So our situation is very different. And I felt personally as an academician, I felt that this is the responsibility of our government, that you cannot provide jobs for them and make them to be in a country that is not safety, right? And we are very sad what happened to the Thai workers. We are very sad. And yeah, so when we just now I talk about the Thai government, and now it's the Thai public, right? So when we talk about the Thai Muslim community, like they have done like tremendous work. I mean, I cannot put them in the slides here, and some of them are here also in this conference. So I just wanted to thank them, for what they have done in order to voice the support for Palestine. And I find that it works. I mean, especially in the social media, which I will be talking later. But then when we talk about the general public, right? I mean, we face different challenges because the Hasbara that has been highlighted by all the speakers, especially Professor Sami, right? So as I mentioned in the slides, that they are trying to portray this genocide as conflict between Jews and Muslims, right? And the Islamophobia rhetoric also, that we see from the comments online by the Thais, because they tend to see this as a conflict between Jews and Muslims are portrayed, that portrayal of Muslim as being violent is very much there in the social media. I mean, I myself find this very outdated, but it's still very much there, And also the Thai workers in Israel also added to the kind of fuel, whatever is going on in the social media, the war in media, right? And the Israel, what do you call that? The Israel embassy also has its own Facebook page and written in Thai, and trying to bring that Hasbara, into their propaganda also by saying to the Thais that don't forget what happened to the Thai workers, trying to portray, the Palestinians and the Hamas as being, the perpetrator of this genocide. It's very, very strong. I mean, so we have a lot of work, more than Malaysia and Indonesia. But then, so the point is to shift the narratives, shift that Hasbara campaign that is trying to portray the genocide as like a conflict between Jews and Muslims. And it's so this is the picture of Kun Thanathorn Jingruangkit. He was a leader of the dissolved Future Forward Party. If you heard about the Move Forward Party news that has just been dissolved, yeah, they are actually connected. Yeah, so he was like proposed as the prime minister. He was a candidate for the prime minister of Thailand in 2018, but because of the politics, and the deep state in our country, so he could not become, the prime minister. So there was an event organized by CHNS this year in January. So we invited Thanathorn to our event. And what he said was very important. And we are very hopeful that bamboo diplomacy will change, because he was like, I am the voice of the oppressed. Today, I will be the voice of the Palestinians. So that's very something make us, give us hope, our country, because the narratives about Palestine will not change. if our country, our politics of our country has not changed. I think they are linked. Yeah. So, and one word that one has Thanathorn also quoted Archbishop Desmond Tutu. So you see this, the word neutrality that, I was telling you that the Thai government was using, So he quoted that Desmond Tutu that you cannot be neutral, right? In the situation of oppression, right? Yeah. So that is what we have to do. We have to shift the narratives, right? And so we are very familiar with these pictures, no? This is in Thailand, one is in Bangkok, one in Pattani, right? We are very familiar with this. And whenever, the war on Gaza happened, or the genocide on Gaza, we can change this. In 2008, 2009, 2014, there were a series of, genocides, right? But we never see this, This is the first time for us to see, a protest for Palestine that it's being initiated by the people of other faith, that they are not Muslims. Of course, they might, and they are very strategic. They are trying to combine, Gaza with the Myanmar situation, that like no one is free, unless, everyone else is free, right? So, but of course, like there are challenges for us as Muslims here because there's this Bangkok pride, that LGBTQ coming also in this. But I just wanted to show like how, the strategy that they are trying to use, And this very lovely, like this is in Chulalongkorn University. It's a coffee shop that put a sign, that Palestinians drink coffee for free. I find this very lovely. I mean, that, it's in Bangkok, right? And they're not Muslims, of course, yeah. And when it comes to media, right? I mean, the media, like, also the role has been very much highlighted, right? And the mainstream media, like, I think Thailand also, our mainstream media also has that typical role of media elsewhere, right? That Hasbara thing, they are very much influenced by that, right? But I think that the distinction between the mainstream media and new media is very much blurred, right? And the mainstream media also, they face a lot of challenges, right? Because there are YouTube, Facebook, and many different forms of media, right? So of course they may not be able to present in the way they have done. They also have to change, right? And like Professor Heru was mentioning that this is the media war. And we all are media, actually, right? And we all are part of the war, this war, right? We are not there in the battle in Palestine, but we are here in the media war. We are also fighting here, and what strategies we need to have in order to win this war, right? And it's reminded me of, I just gave my students, to watch a movie called Hotel Rwanda, right? I think you all heard. This is an old movie in 2004. So in the movie, like it's based on true story. So there's the main actor, which is Paul, who is the manager of a hotel in the capital of Rwanda, who like sheltered the Tutsis who were being killed, right, in Rwanda. And he told people who sheltered in the hotel that you have to call whoever is outside the country that we need help and say goodbye to them so that they know they cannot leave us. So that shows, the difficulty that, because they don't have media, the tool we have now, right? And in 100 days, 800,000 Tutsis were killed, right? Maybe including the Hutu also, but 800,000, that is like mass killing, right? And now we are we see everything, actually live streaming, of what the genocide that's going on, in Gaza. So of course we are much better than what the Tutsis, were going through during that time, the horror, they were going through, right? And yeah, so I just wanted to show, some examples of the new media, like by the young generations, and these are non-Muslims. So they created a Twitter called Thai for Palestine, and they no longer rely on the mainstream media. They themselves translated a lot of works, in English about Palestine, from organization in Palestine itself, and then put them in the Twitter, and they also have their own website, and they do it by, self-funded. Like they did not take from anyone else. I mean, I really appreciate. And these are like non-Muslims, are very young, I met them in the conference that in Bangkok. And these are also like in TikTok. These are like influencers, beauty bloggers, So they talk about Palestine. I mean, and these are non-Muslims. I mean, I present this because I have never seen this kind of thing before, And also, like, I just wanted to talk about the projects of CHNS that it's called A Good Legacy. And this is to kind of give knowledge, to the public about Palestine in various dimensions, So we have A Good Legacy talks. It's going to be released soon. And I think you can also watch because there will be subtitle in English. So we gather like different lecturers from all over the country, who know about Palestine to talk about this, because we want to win this war, the media war, So this is what we are trying to do. It's a collaboration between CHNS and In Playground. It's a production, media production, and also like we have released some talks, So I just wanted to show you that from a little observation of us, that you can see that from our experience, like TikTok has been less restrictive, compared to other platforms. You can see the views, I cannot say that people have actually watched, but then it goes through, their kind of feeds, right? So this is 100 in TikTok. It's the same video in TikTok. It's 196 views, right? It's a lot, within 4 or 5 days, right? And in YouTube, it's the second winner, 20K, 21K. And Facebook, it's the most challenging platform. I asked my the media production in Breakout. So this was what she trying to conclude, And Facebook, it's the third winner here. It's only 16, views. Yeah. So I don't know, if we compare with other platforms, we might come up with a different, conclusion. But for now, TikTok may be one of the best platform, from our observation. Yeah. And also it's another project, we gonna have this documentary called A Good Legacy documentary. So this documentary will features a family in Thailand, who at every moment, in a day, trying to teach his children, about Palestine, spiritually, religiously, everything. And also in that documentary, we also features different academicians. And also on your right-hand side, he's one of very famous documentary producer in Thailand, and he's a non-Muslim. So he will also be speaking from the perspective of a documentary producer, because he goes to many different countries to do documentaries. So we hope that this combination, will be able to help us in fighting at least the war of narratives, the media war in Thailand. So I hope that please pray for us that we'll be successful. and I hope that maybe we can inform, CSNS can inform when this documentaries and the talks going to be released. Yeah. So thank you so much for joining this. And yeah.
Inshallah. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Aina, for the presentation about how to defend Palestine in Thailand, inshallah. Maybe we have participants who want to give any question. Or while waiting, maybe I personally can ask to Dr. Aina. Oh, okay. There's already a participant who raised hand. Okay.
Mbak Tere,
Oh
ini
yeah,
Sarah.
please, Sarah. Sister Sarah, please.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sister Aina. I'm Sarah from Bogor, Indonesia. You showed us about the content on social media, especially Facebook, Instagram, and all of the social media from Meta. And we know that Meta in each country has its own policies. But I think it seems that the policy for Palestinian content is a very sensitive matter. In Indonesia, many of friends are missing their social media ban. Ini suaranya hilang ya? Suaranya hilang nggak? Suaranya hilang ya aku? Oh enggak.
No, you can still ask.
How about the condition in Thailand? How about the policy of Meta in Thailand for that contents?
So as I show you in the slide that, that like from our experience, because we posted those videos, the talks, and it shows that the Facebook is the most restrictive of the Palestinian content. If we compare to TikTok and compare to YouTube, and also I find very interesting. I don't know if you have to do that, but for us, when we have to mention the names of Israel, we would call them El. And then when we mention about Palestine, we call it Palace. So that it will not be detected by Facebook. But I don't know if Facebook now has become like they detect what we are trying to do, or they are clever in knowing this or not. But then I have seen that the influencers, when they talk, they will just talk El Palace like this.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe in Indonesia, I always use like watermelon symbol.
Okay.
Sign. Yeah. Maybe Mbak Tere's account it was losing.
Yeah, actually, I also just got my Instagram account suspended few weeks ago. Yeah. Alhamdulillah, nakudihal. And yeah, I started with a new account now. But I think in Indonesia we're facing kind of tough censorship. Yeah. So, yeah, that's interesting, knowing that TikToks and Instagram in Thailand is more like give us space for the information about Palestine, even though we should do the strategy like using the like codes
yes
file and but still we have to be creative, I think, to put the narrative still on our social media, even though they are still trying to take our account, suspend our account.
like as I mentioned, that we are also fighting the war, like, so by getting your account suspended, you are like struggling also, you are also fighting that war. So I hope that we are not tired, right? Like the professor was trying to emphasize on this. Yeah.
Like, yeah, actually, the Zionists just want us to get tired. That's why they keep, trying to make us down with the spirit. Because when we get the spirit down, then yeah, we probably will lose the battle before the battle is over.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, inshallah. And perhaps it can be like a new paradigm for me, especially knowing that the condition in Thailand is already get normalized with Israel, right? In terms of the government relationship.
Yeah, like we have had the diplomatic relationship for like since very long time. Yeah. Yeah,
But
so
still, you have the spirit to speak up, even though most of Thailand people is not Muslims. But the point is, we cannot be silent. Otherwise, we can be on the wrong side of history.
Yeah.
It is very interesting. Any other question from other participants? Okay.
I think there is from Thailand.
Sorry?
There is a question from our sister or brother from Thailand. Karis Thailand. Ajanka, from your experience, what would you recommend?
What would you recommend we can do more to raise awareness and
from the chat column?
Awareness and on an action on boycotting. Yeah. So I think like because this ungood legacy, I also like already like the talk that I mean recorded has already been released, and I will just emphasize here again about the boycott campaign, right? That Sister Frauina is also here, right? Yeah. So like I think BDS has been trying to be very strategic about the boycott, right? That they are not actually like boycott everything, right? Like they boycott some certain products, that actually has an effect, on Israel, because this is a long war, long battle, and then when we boycott some certain products, right? And then if it's like affects Israel, we feel like our spirits like has been kind of lifted up, that, oh, we actually win this, so I think like the boycott thing, like we have to be very strategic. I mean, of course, personally you can like boycott whatever products that like belong to Israel, right? But then I mean, as a collectively, I think we should be very strategic. And also, like, I just wanted to emphasize here that, I mean, the Zionists, like, are the powerful here, right? And we have been taught, like, in political science that, the powerful, I mean, those in power, they will not give up, they will not give up easily, to their power. They will not like, I mean, kind of give the share or the power to the oppressed, or I mean, lift the oppressed from the oppression that they are going through. They will always like kind of trying to maintain that oppression. And so it's very important for us to fight this, demand this, demand that no, you should end the oppression, because otherwise they will not do it. Yeah.
Yeah, once again, thank you so much, Dr. Aina, for this very enlightening discussion. And once again, thank you for your time participating as a panelist, and wish you all the best, inshallah. And hopefully we can meet sometimes in Thailand.
Sure.
Maybe, yeah, inshallah with other participants. Yeah, have a chat together, inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, now we're moving to the next panelist. Wait a minute. The next panelist will be Dr.
No, Sister Michio, okay.
Oh, Sister Michio, okay. Sister Michio, okay. Inshallah, already. Assalamualaikum, Haji Memeste.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, a little bit. Okay. Yeah, inshallah. Okay. Mr. Mitchell already with us. Yeah. Alhamdulillah. So let me introduce you once again. Sister Michioki come from Japan, from FGA Education Foundation's professor for youth group in Japan. And she will presenting the Japan support for Palestine and Japan media exposure. Okay, please take your time. And
thank you very much. If you don't mind, I would like to share my slides. I think, can I do this? Okay. Are you able to see the slides?
Yeah.
All right. How do I make? Okay. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Inshallah, so for this presentation, I would like to just simply and quickly share about the current situations on Japan, particularly on how they support Palestinian cause and what are actually the stance of Japanese people. But again, like what Dr. Aini has said earlier, government stance and the general the people, the residents, particularly Japanese stance, are it has to be maybe separated, because how the government stands now in Japan is unfortunately not on the pro-Palestinian side. And I will explain on why and how the Japanese see the government stance on these issues. And I will also explain how the Japanese or even the local residents support Palestinians' cause, including the media exposure. So again, like many other countries, Japan is under the shadow of American government. So if we hear the Prime Minister Kishida's speech on Palestinian cause, our Prime Minister in Japan, it is always the reputation of what Biden would say. So if Biden would say something, after several days, the Kishida would say the same thing. So that is unfortunately the current situation of Japan now. But when we speak about the government is not necessarily only the prime minister. So what happened was recently there was a memorial ceremony on Hiroshima and Nagasaki atomic bomb on this early this month. And Hiroshima has invited the Israel embassy, which has brought and triggered the local communities on these issues, because after all, this memorial ceremony was meant for to remember the pain and the struggle of the people who had to endure the atomic bomb and its effect, but and to promise that we stand for the peace. But unfortunately, due to the political stance, Hiroshima has invited the Israel embassy, whereas the Nagasaki refused to invite Israel embassy, and this has triggered and brought angers to the several other embassies, including the Canadian embassy, which refused to attend. The G7 embassies refused to attend the Nagasaki memorial ceremony because they refused to invite Israel. So there were two different stands of these two governments. So when we speak about the government, even the government, the city especially, stands differently from how Kishida, publicly view this cause. And again, just few days ago, they have invited Noah, the Israel captive who was released. That has been viral, and this also triggered the anger of our local communities, because they did not mention about the Palestinian struggles, but what they do is they mention about, you know, how grateful they are on the release of Noah. And also, so it's a bit a mix of many things on the government stance, I would say. Just last year, the defense minister have officially released that Hamas would be eliminated from the terrorist list. So Hamas is no longer considered as the terrorist group in Japan, supposedly based on the release statement of the defense minister. But again, the perceptions of the media and the official speech from the Prime Minister of Kishida has brought this idea that Hamas is the terrorist group. Unfortunately, that's the situation now in Japan. Again, the people's stance, I think it is just like how it is in many other Muslim minority countries, in the sense that we have seen the differences. We have seen that the people have recognized, because it is really different from what happened in 2021 was in 2022 when the Israel military attacks the Al-Aqsa compound, which have triggered the people during the Ramadan. So during that time, the Japanese people seem to be not aware, even in the internet communities were not aware of the Palestinian struggles, and as if it was the Palestinians' fault on, you know, it was Palestinians who were being very violent. That was few years ago, but it is really different now with the media exposure particularly from the Gaza, the information that we receive over this nearly 10 months, and also yeah, the history have been exposed to a lot of Japanese, especially the youth who are exposed to the media, the social media, I mean. Because in the TV, unfortunately, it is still a pro-Palestinian content where they literally just translate from the news that comes from the America. Okay, so the people stand at that. But again, whether they care or not, the situation now is that they don't really pay attention to what's happening in the world. So when I came to Japan, I just arrived in Japan several weeks ago, nearly 1 month ago from London, because I had my study there. So I was in London for 1 year. I would see that people really care about the Palestinian cause. So when I came to Japan, I was really shocked because as if I just came and just landed to a completely different world that is really blocked, and like really they really don't know what's happening in the world right now. It seems in Japanese we have this term where we call heiwa boke, means being blur or having no knowledge due to the peace. So Japan indeed is known as the harmonious country with a very low rates of crime. But whether is it called peace or not, I'm not sure, because they really don't care on what is happening outside other than themselves. You can also see it in the public area. For instance, if you see a fight between few peoples, if I am in, for instance, if I am in Malaysia or if I am in Indonesia, I would see that there would be people who would try to stop that fight. Even when I was in London, there would be people who would try to kind of pay attention and try to stop that fight. But that's really not the case in Japan, because in Japan we feel that, okay, we have to protect ourselves first in a positive aspect, but in negative aspect, we just really don't care on what's happening outside. So unfortunately, that's the case. Perhaps, and perhaps why would Japanese don't care about this? It's because unlike this is just my personal analysis from how I was brought by my Indonesian mother and how my Japanese father was brought. And I would hear from my grandmother on the struggles of being hungry, of being bombed. She comes from the Shizuoka area where it was bombed by the American military, and she had to suffer from the bomb and from being hungry. So she knows that pain, and she would tell that stories to her grandchildren. But the thing about Japan is that they don't really have the history of being colonized, unlike other except for a few islands on the most north part and on the most south part. Few islands were occupied for a few decades, but even that is like 20 years, and we have the 4 islands unsolved issues now. But generally, it never have been in, it was in the colonizer position. It was in fact in the colonizing party. It has never been oppressed or colonized technically. And what yeah, and also it has been an isolated island. They closed their island for few hundred years, which isolate them from different parts of the world. So it could be the reasons why they would really not care much of what's happening outside, and they don't really feel the pain unless the pain of the war. That's one. And also secondly is the language issues. The news that they get is mostly from the TV back then. Only this year, after the 7th of October, things have slowly changed in a sense that a lot of activists have translated the information to Japanese in social media. But in media, it's what they receive in Japanese, and they have a quite low literacy, low English language ability. So they don't really receive the information from outside. What they receive is from the media in Japan. Can't explain. So the media recently, it is actually my first time to recognize this Japanese translated social account after the 7th of October. So before the 7th of October, as far as I'm concerned, I have never really seen one page of media that provides and translate all the information, the pro-Palestinian content to Japanese language. So ever since this page was created, a lot of people have the access to Japanese language for the information of what's happening in Gaza. And also recently, the artists have spoken out, those who have especially those who have the Palestinian roots, they have created a creative music that would create an awareness to Japanese people. And the local organization, a lot of local organization, particularly the youth, have organized a lot of events in the form of demonstration, in the form of market, a light approach, like a market, like making crafts. They have created those events, and it is more seen after the 7th of October. It's a local organization. And I feel that it could be the reasons. One of the factor is that the aging population in Japan. So Japan has been welcoming a lot of foreign students, a lot of expatriate migrants, and in that sense, it has created more awareness of what's happening outside of the world. Islamic organization, not to say, has been very active and vocal in speaking and in organizing, in collecting the donation for the humanitarian aid. And they have also approached in a light way, like bazaar, introducing the Palestinian cultures and raising awareness. JIC is one of them who has been working to help the humanitarian cause in Gaza. And also, since the what happened, the students' movement in America, in Columbia University and the other university. Japan has followed that steps. A lot of prestige university in Japan have organized and created a page to support the cause of Palestinians, and a lot of them have still do the ongoing encampment to create the awareness. University of Tokyo, Hitotsubashi Meiji, Sophia University, Tokyo Institute of Technology are one of them. Oops. Oh yeah. So that is it, the situation of Japan. Although we have a lot of assignments to kind of solve, because we are not in the point of, how do I say, in the point of, we are still in the very starting point in terms of raising awareness to the people, and people have just recently realized it. They literally just start to realize last year in 2023, most of them. And we can see, as myself, I have been attending this Palestinian protest since I was in primary school, and I can see the huge differences now and then. But the assignments are there on how to inculcate the sense of sympathy and empathy on the Japanese heart towards the cause of what is happening outside. So that's our huge assignment. And hopefully the media would help us to kind of expose the current and the real information and situations that is happening in Palestine. That is it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Sister Michio. I still remember about one person who is his name again, Yusuke Furusawa. Yusuke Furusawa, the man who still standing alone, even though he never stopped doing the campaign, even though the situation is perhaps not really good for him, but yes. However, seeing the spirit, I feel like connected. That even though you are alone, it doesn't mean that you cannot speak for the sake of Palestine. And I heard that since some of my relatives also in Japan, I feel like interesting to talk about the progress of this issue of Palestine, raising slowly but sure. Especially after the government also take a significant moves to support Palestine, inshallah. Well, maybe we can also elaborate this discussion with another participant. Anyone who wants to perhaps direct discussion and giving questions to Sister Michio?
May I ask question?
Of course, please.
Mr. Michio, thank you for your presentation. You say that there are a group of people who translate news into Japanese language. Like, is it like coordinated work or just in a way volunteering? So like, maybe people do it by themselves and then the other do some part of it. But is it part of like you divided work? Who will do what? Which one? Is it like doing it personally or in a group setting?
So all these times, we have been doing it individually. So the people who understand English or other language would translate the information that they feel beneficial in their media. And we try to kind of, because we know our circles, we are very small circles. So like I said, even though we support the Palestinian cause, these people who support Palestine is very, very little, I would say, as compared to the population of Japan. It's a very, very minority. And because of that, we know each others, and we would kind of screenshot and share in our platform. That's what we have been doing. But like I shared just now, the Palestine in Japanese is the new page that was created after the 7th of October. This is a coordinated work where they collect volunteers to translate and divide, so they coordinate and they would share in their platforms. So it is quite intensive and very active because it involves several volunteers doing this.
Appreciate it so much. Best regard to all the people who work in Japan. I know it must be difficult, but then salute to everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. If we don't have any question, maybe we can go directly to Teh Maimun. Dr. Maimun, I mean, sorry, I used to call her.
It's okay. Right,
Thank you
okay.
so much.
Yeah. Shall
Yeah.
we
Okay.
continue? Because
Sure.
time.
Sure.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Professor Sami. Thank you, Professor Kamal, Dr. Anai, Sister Michio. Amazing, amazing speaker. And of course, the committee and all fellow attendees. Allow me to discuss about the Palestine genocide, Indonesian media framing on ongoing war. And the reason why I'm doing it, because media have effects in that they continually shape public opinion. They shape culture, societies as well, and therefore, if we want to understand the word and the word constructed by, then we have to understand the media. We would like to see whether the media publish the event as it is, as a reality, like a mirror, or it is using a filter. That's the reason why we are doing this research. And in front of us is Palestine genocide and Indonesian as a country, basically pro-Palestine, like the Constitution of our Republic Indonesia, 1944. It says that the freedom is the right of all nations, and therefore colonialism must be abolished, and because it is not in conformity with humanity and justice. I know Indonesian fellow people will understand it Indonesian language. Penjajahan itu tidak harus dihapuskan karena tidak sesuai dengan pri kemanusiaan dan keadilan, justice. And if we have to look at how our government translate those constitution into an action, we have to go to the Indonesian Foreign Ministry, the website. I know rarely all of you go to this website. I think this is one of the most important source for us to understand the standing, official standing of Indonesian government. And it says in the website, Palestine is the only country that participated in 1955 Asia-Africa in the conference that has not yet gained independence. This is written like this in the website. The Israeli occupation of Palestine continues with various violations against Palestinian citizens still occurring. This is also the sentence there. And then if you go down, and it says various multilateral cooperation forums, including the UN Security Council, Indonesia emphasized that the root cause of the Israel-Palestine conflict is the ongoing occupation. Look, ongoing occupation. Stated there clearly in Indonesian Foreign Ministry website. The Palestine issue is a priority in Indonesia foreign policy. This is also stated like this. So you see, this is really powerful, very loud, very clear where Indonesian government stand regarding Palestine issue. And then this is what we see from our foreign ministry, Ibu Retno. Yes, let us applause. Amazing, amazing lady. Not just once, many, many times. Ibu Retno went to the international forum. This one is in ICJ, International Justice, International Court for Justice. In that forum, when she has to give testimony, she said Israel must withdraw from Palestinian territories. Very loud and clear. And Ibu Retno mentioned West Bank, and she also mentioned Gaza. Very good, isn't it? That's how Indonesian government think about Palestine. But what about the media? What about the media? Because you see, media should represent the people. Media should represent the government. If we are talking about Indonesian press system, because Pancasila press system said that the press is in a way show the value of Pancasila, upheld the moral of Indonesian constitution. It does say so. I know many of you are, some of you come from journalism department. It says so. Press Pancasila like this, like this, like this. So basically, it's have to in a way upheld the norm, the morality that exists in Pancasila and in national constitution. But let's look how the media report this. Look, in media, who you quote matters. If you quote one person, that means you want to give highlight to them. You see? You mention one name, you want to put them into in a way strike to the front. You mention someone, you want other people to know about them. What's happened? Sorry, this should not be like this. Okay, I don't want to. Okay, who you quote matters. Now then, this is our research, a team of smart research. I invite all our friends here to join as well. Sofa, Naila, Nur, Fania, and Dea from Smart Central, who did the research together with me. What we are doing is we collect the news from 7 October to the 16th of October 2023. 1,000 of them, almost 2,000 news. And then what we are doing, we look at how many quotes are from Palestine and how many quotes are from Israel. Let's see. This is only one media that I'm showing you, because you see, in Reuters, trusted matters, the most trusted news media in Indonesia is Kompas, and the second is CNN. Okay, I'm looking at CNN. Why? Because Kompas is basically local media. CNN Indonesia basically have parents outside. And we would like to see how they, in a way, bring themselves up as Indonesian media, should be adhere the Pancasila and Constitution, but as well part of the big media from America. This is how it goes. This is Nur work here. I have to give some appreciation for her. 3,304 paragraph quoting Palestine. And 535 quote for Israel. You might say, almost, but still 200 more Israel quote. Okay? And look, the Palestine media compared to Reuters, AFP, and BBC is only 136. The real Palestinian voice being quoted. So you see, if media said, CNN said, the Palestine Ministry of Health said this, so that means directly quote them. Okay, but then when it say, Reuters said, the Ministry of Health said, So that's mean already filtering once. Ministry said something, and then the router said what? You know, so there is gatekeeping going here. That's what we would like to see. So only 136 direct quote from Palestine and Palestine media. But what about the Israel? Israel direct quote from the for Israel media is 199. However, the rest of it is from New York Times, AFP, Reuters, who are basically friends of Israel. Similar with Palestine, only 136 Palestine and the Palestine news being quoted, and the rest is Reuters and friend. So it's really limited, isn't it? And look whom they give voice to. Qassam and Jihad Islam, only 15 paragraph. What about IDF? Israel military, Ministry of Defense, 120. Do you see? So, in a way, really not balanced, is it not? Unbalanced. Something, what we see, lots of things happening in Gaza, yes or no? The first 10 days. But look, who the one who speak a lot? IDF, Israel military, Ministry of Defense, 120 paragraph compared to Qassam and Jihad Islam, which is apple to apple, military to military. You see, Indonesian media, nice, isn't it? Not yet. Not yet. Let's look how they put the title. The title, Serbuan Hamas, Hamas attack. Hamas attack. Look, buka suara soal serbuan Hamas. Serangan Hamas. Serangan Hamas. Israel diserang. Serangan Hamas. All are Hamas attack. They forget what's happened before 7 October. What happened before 7 October? This. I think Professor Sami mentioned it a bit, but because maybe Professor did not put the PPT, you did not really see. This is what's happened. On 22 September 2023, Netanyahu, that's what Professor Sami mentioned in his speech. Netanyahu in front of General Assembly, UN, the biggest forum, official for all the world. He mentioned he wished, he dreamed of a peace Israel, which is there is no Gaza, no West Bank. What do you take from that? That means he wants to finish Gaza and West Bank, is it not? Want to wipe out Gaza and West Bank. This is widely known inside the UN, and the video is still there. But has Indonesian media or Western media published this widely? No, not a chance. You can find it. Two Israeli media, why they posting about this 2 days after the 7th October. I think they become like, let's delete it. Otherwise, people are going to connect this with this. But then internet is really good. You wipe once and then the internet give it back. So you see, this is what's happening. Why? This is why. This is why. This is what Professor Sami mentioned about the Hasbara, how Israeli want to influence opinion in America and in other countries as well, and especially and also in Indonesia, especially Indonesia, because we are the biggest Muslim, not anymore the biggest, the second biggest. Last year we are still the biggest, but this year we become the second biggest Muslim in the world. As Professor Sami mentioned, Indonesia not far behind after Saudi for normalization relationship with Israel. See, this is. Do you know this, boys? Bapak-bapak, do you know this? Yeah, you know this. 2016, 5. This is something that in a way leak, unleak many. This is the one that leak, publish. The one unpublished, we don't know. Could be many, should be many. Because you see, one training for, I'm not going to mention the work, but then the one who invite Ari Gordon, the activist, Zionist activist, it's already the people who graduated from that training is 8,000 from Indonesia. What about this smart camp? Not even 80. You see, how are we going to look eye to eye with that massive systematic brainwash? Next. We are going to talk about this later in the smart camp. And this is what's happened in Antara, operasi kontra terorisme di Rafah. Can you believe it? When Israel wanted to attack Rafah, this is the news in Antara. Easily understood that terrorist is inside Gaza. Yes or no? Yes. But do you know what I did? I called the reporter. I called the editor. I called Korlip, coordinator liputan, that means someone above the editor. I mentioned this. Alhamdulillah, changing. Less than 2 hours after I called the Korlip, Alhamdulillah, he said, no, this is not our standing. We stand with Palestine. Alhamdulillah. So you see, sometimes it's happened under, in a way, someone who should know it, they don't know, and it just, pass the editor and it published. But Alhamdulillah, if, hey, what's happened? No, don't do anything. Oh, it doesn't do anything there, but something in my, right, okay. So in a way, what we have to do is keep doing this. I know it's going to be like, Maimun lagi. I got a call from Maimun. So you see, it's okay. Never stop talking about Palestine. Never stop calling people about Palestine. Inshallah. That's it. That's how Indonesia being Indonesian media frame news regarding the Palestine genocide.
Yes, subhanallah. We do have a very huge homework, I think, Dr. Maimun. Yeah. Alhamdulillah, but that's the facts, and that's the real condition in Indonesia. And I hope learning from the other panelists, and also Prof. Sami and Dr. Kamal, I think we should do the accelerating the efforts. I mean, we do have so many potential. I mean, we are the second largest country with majority Muslims, and also from the density, also we have so many surplus. I mean, we can do more actually. Instead just saying, I can only crying, I can only praying. No, we can do more together. And I think, yeah, this is our time. This is our chance, our opportunity to give back what Palestinian did, from our history, that we also have a real support from our Palestinian figures like Sheikh Amin al-Husseini and Muhammad Ali Taher, and I think it's time for us to return the favor. Okay, I think there's already a question addressed by Sister Fadila. Okay, let me read the question here.
I think there is also two people, Takarabi and Ridwan, also asked the question.
Oh,
do we have
okay.
time?
Okay, I think how many time left? I think okay. Okay, first. Okay, no problem. Okay, two participants raising their hand. Where is it? Boleh dibantu? Could you please help to make it visible to this to
Takarabi and Ridwan Andriano, shall I answer the one in the chat room first?
Yeah, is that okay? If
It is okay. So we can save sometimes. How are we going to know which account is truthful and which account should be we are wary at? Fadila, is Fadila here in this room? Is Fadila here in the room? Or is it just in the Zoom? Right, okay. There are many first-hand account of Palestine news. Someone like Bapak Wa'il Al-Dahdu, and also many name that you can follow in X and also in Instagram. Anas Al-Sarif as well. And so those people who are still inside Gaza, many of them are in the North Gaza, some of them in Rafah. If you follow their news, like they Instagram, they X, they Twitter, you will get the news very much in a way. Sometimes probably you are quicker than Republica, quicker than Kompas probably, because you get it from someone from on the ground. How are we going to know? Are they trusted or not? Well, then I will introduce you to them, inshallah. Now, I mean, we are in smart cam. I'm looking at the smart cam attendance. If you would like to know them, it's not difficult to know them, really. We can always find. I mean, Alhamdulillah, it's not that difficult. If I call someone, I ask, is this brother still alive? Is he well? Is he not getting hurt? And then Alhamdulillah, last time I met with this brother, he is okay. So you see, it can be in a way detected which account is real and which account is not real. Okay? As long as you know whom to speak with. That's one thing. Another is there are many still local news media based in Gaza. For example, Quds, and then Sehab, and then Al Jazeera Philistine in Arabic, and then what else? I follow 5 Telegram channel of those Gaza local media, and they update it almost minutes by minute. Whenever they have internet connection, they put it up. Okay, but then they are in Arabic. How are we going to follow them? Join Telegram Premium. And then there is translation from Arabic to English directly. So you are now part of, the best people to, in a way, Sister Michio said, someone translate into Japanese from English. What we are doing is, from the Arabic, Telegram will translate for us into English. And then we can share the information to our friend straight away. Sometime still happening on the ground. We already got the photo, the video. Okay. I think that's it, Fadila.
Okay, maybe Sister Fadila, if you want to find out another like apa like the journalist of Gaza, you can check on like Saleh Jafarawi. Is that correct, Dr.
Right.
Maimun? Yeah, because
Yeah,
he's
that's right.
also being vocal. So
Yes, and liar and tell us to use Western sources. But then we also have Western people who are in Gaza telling the truth from the point of view of medical people as well as activists. Yes. So when they are medic, they are working on the ground. They post social media post basically is pretty much what's happening in Gaza. Although they are not journalists, but they are in a way eyewitness. That's one another thing. And I have many friends who are Western, Russia and America as well. Andre, one of them. Andre said himself that 2022 he is a Zionist. He was a Zionist, but then when he moved to Tel Aviv, met with Palestinian people, he is changing. He is now working every single day in West Bank, helping. Remember what Professor Sami said, the situation in West Bank is deteriorated. Many settlers want to destroy the life of Palestinians in West Bank. And that's what Andre and friend are doing right now, being the bumper of the Palestinian people in the West Bank. Go to his Instagram. You will see it also daily, hourly, his work to protect the Palestinian farmer. Nice, isn't it? As long as you know whom to look at, inshallah. Inshallah. I think the time is running out. Yes.
Oh, inshallah. Okay, let's go to the next participant here. Okay, Takarabi, please, you may ask directly.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Doctor. So the situation in our country is not conducive right now, politically speaking, due to recent events. And probably it will go even worse in the next few months, if not the next few years. Do you think that this is part of the plan by Israel and its allies to divert the Indonesian people's attention from the issue of Palestine? That's one. And I'm going to try to be quick, I'm sorry. The second one is, the truth is, in our country, there's a cultural failure when it comes to Islam because people see the Muslim, not the Islam. So Muslims are not perfect, Islam is, but generally people tend to be put out as they realize that this is an Islamic issue. So it's not part of their problem because, oh, it's a religious problem, which is annoying to them. We are the second largest Muslim country, but I think it's only quantity, if I have to be frank. So I want to ask, how should we overcome that, especially because the Israeli agents are starting to escalate their movements within our society to inject the idea of normalization. So I'm a nobody in Indonesia. I just want to know what can I do and how should we overcome this escalation, so to speak. Thank you so much, Dr. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May I directly answer, Sister Here?
Please.
Yes. I remember from the beginning of the speech of Professor Sami, continued by Dr. Kamal, there is a theme there. Organize. Never think that your work is too small. Continuously. That's three things, isn't it? Be patient, continuously. Organize. That means we have to work systematically, not just alone, because one piece of, we call it lidi. One lidi. What is lidi in English? I don't know. Satu lidi, dia akan mudah dipatahkan. But then whenever they are 10, whenever they are 20, it's difficult to crush them. Bekerja bersama, working together. That means organize. And then continuously, never stop. Be patient. And never think that what we are doing is really small. No, nothing small. Who said we cannot, in a way, destroy the border? You see, there is a Chinese proverb. This very soft egg can destroy a boulder, a stone, big stone. How? Daily. Daily work on that, although means that we lost many eggs. That's what's happening in Gaza. We lost so many. But then they are persevere Mereka sabar, mereka terus bekerja, tidak pernah berhenti. That's how we have to bring the spirit of Palestine into our situation now, into our condition in Indonesia. The reason why bad people win, because good people stay silent. I challenge us, me, myself, to work harder, louder, better, inshallah.
So let's do it together, inshallah.
Thank you, Doctor. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, now move to Brother Ridwan, please.
Okay, hello, Dr. Maimon. So just wondering, what do you think the effects of the Indonesian media on the view of the Indonesian Christians on the Palestinian genocide? Because there's not that much Christians that it's just that they couldn't care less about this issue, and just look at this smart camp that we are mostly Muslims. And even though the Pope have condemned the Israeli media's Israeli attacks over and over again, or even Jesus was born in Bethlehem, Palestine. So what do you think on that matter? Thank you.
It's true that media shape lots of opinion, and especially in Indonesia, where Palestine only become the hot issue this year only. When we talk about Palestine 3 years ago, 4 years ago, people can easily put you into the bracket of militant, fundamentalist, pro-terrorist. Yes or no? Yes. Only this year, talking about Palestine is becoming hype. Like, something that you want to look cool, you speak about Palestine. You want to look, chic, get one of the, one of this on your, whatever you have. So you see, it's only this year because what's happened in Gaza. And that's influenced as well, not just the Christian, but also the Muslim. Majority Muslim in Indonesia as well. However, I would gladly, I would happily say that the student in my university, in my classroom, many of them are Christian, but whenever we talk about the Palestine issue, regarding the news and etc., they are in a way never shy to say that's wrong. What Israel is doing is wrong. Indeed, yes, they mentioned that, it's not being discussed a lot in their society, in their community. They are young and older people don't really speak about this, but that's what we have to expect. Same with American. The bracket of, teenager to the 26 years old American, they are pro-Palestine. In the poll conducted, I think 3 to 4 months ago, whether or not Israel should be abolished and then Palestine should be given to Hamas, more than 52% of these young people agree with this question, but not older people. So you see, there is hope in Indonesia as well. Young people, they don't really, there is a new research as well regarding digital journalism, very new to 2024. Nur and Naila will need it for the research in the classroom later. It says people don't really trust the news, the mainstream media. They go to the social media to get the news. And social media belong to mass people. That's the reason why there is student encampment. Because student in America, led by the Columbia University Journalism Department, that brave, amazing student in America, that's the one who began the student encampment, which in a way being tsunami all over the country in America, England as well, European as well. So you see, it's true that the media shape the perception of the older people who still rely on mainstream media to get news. But then for the younger generation, we have quite, I would say, amazing hope for the younger people that they will speak a lot, they will work a lot, they will do a lot of things to free Palestine, inshallah. Thank you. Allahu Akbar.
Mashallah. Yeah, okay. Maybe if is it okay if I ask one more question, Dr. Maimun, regarding to
I thought Mbak Rere is not going to ask me question.
no, because sometimes in Indonesia we tends to I mean perceive this issue more like the battle of religion issues. Although we know that we are driven by the values of religion, but still we see the atrocities is real, and that's why we have to put it into the another level, into the the global perspective. And I also talk about this to some of my colleagues who also a priest and a pro-Palestinian in Indonesia, which is it's a rare figures, and they also have same barrier in terms of try to overcome this wave of hasbara. I mean, most of mass media, we all know that the convergence of media make us more difficult to fight back, to counter the narrative, but we still do we can have a hope through social media if we can use it strategically. But can we do the networking to the next level? I mean, not only between scholars, but also do it regionally. I mean, make it more inclusive to counter.
Yes, we must. There is. I would like to invite Mbak Tere to one community, media people from I think 12 countries. Although they are mostly speak Arabic, but at least whenever we speak, we will speak English. So you see, it's a good thing in a way. The beginning of one work together. Inshallah, let's begin from there, because their voice need to be spread wider. So not just using the Arabic, we need to help them translate what the idea is into English. And then, to show people outside Arabic spare and as well as Indonesian spare that, people who speak Arabic on that area, basically same human being like the rest of the world, inshallah.
Yeah, just like Sister Micho did in Japan too, right? Inshallah. Okay, and inshallah, I think we are come to the end of this session, and hopefully anyone who still stay istiqomah, inshallah, being consistent in this Zoom, inshallah, we can get the strong message here that we have to stay in a positive vibration, because no one is tired until Palestine is free. We cannot be tired, and we should do the teamwork, organize it to the next level. And once again, we have to counter the narration with the spirit of continuously and spirit of a winner, so we can at least from the scratch we can claim that the hasbara is nothing, because we already know the final bishara. I mean the final message from our big book is from Quran is we are the winner. So of course, the other people who fight for Palestine maybe come from a different religion, but we know that the justice should be put on the top priority level. So what's happening in Palestine is not only the war in Gaza as well in West Bank, but it's also happening in the media. So
Ukraine.
yeah.
Ukraine.
Yeah, in Ukraine also. Yeah, I mean the war is real, but the second hand of reality is media. So that's why we have to take part, because we cannot undervalue ourselves, because however when we come together we can do great things together, and inshallah the sign of the destruction of Zionism itself is already real. So I think what we have to do is stay strong and hold on and keep doing our best, and inshallah after this we can do some real activities together, perhaps from Smart 101 and also from Minda and the coalition of Al-Quds, inshallah. And maybe after this we can strengthen our network until we can be more not only doing it in a session, but we can come to real action until we finally get the spirit of the resistance together in us, and inshallah from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Amin, amin, ya rabbal alamin. I would like to say thank you so much once again for all the panelists and also all the participants, and inshallah we have opportunity to have the session like this again. And I'm Anissa Teresia as the moderator, also sending apologies for every lack of languages and maybe a different approach. And inshallah, I will send it back to Fauzan. Thank you so much. Barakallahu fikum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. What a great discussions. Thank you so much for Ms. Tere for leading the discussions. And for distinguished guests, esteemed colleges and fellow participants, as we conclude this international conference on Palestine genocide, war in media, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for your participations and contributions on this conference held by Smart 171, Mind Institute, Minda Institute, and Asia Pacific Women's Coalitions for Al-Quds and Palestine. This conference has been a resounding success thanks to your insightful presentations, thought-provoking discussions, and invaluable networking opportunities here. And over this afternoon, we have explored a wide range of Palestine topics. We have gained new perspective here, deepened our understanding, and identified areas for future research and collaboration. And I believe that this conference has laid a strong foundation for advancing our field and addressing the challenge ahead. And I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our keynote speakers for the inspiring presentations. I would also like to acknowledge the hard work and dedications of our conference organizer, committee members, and staffs. As we depart, I encourage you to continue the conversations and collaborations that have been initiated here. And let us carry the spirit of this conference forward and strive to make a positive impact on our world. If there are any mistakes for me, I'm so sorry. Thank you once again for joining us. I look forward to seeing you at the future conferences. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
MyCare telah beroperasi selama hampir 12 tahun. Sejak ditubuhkan, MyCare telah menyalurkan sebanyak 171 juta di 23 buah negara, termasuk di Malaysia, Palestin, Pakistan, Afghanistan, di banyak negara di dunia dan yang terkini Timor Leste. Dan penyaluran ini dalam pelbagai bentuk. Satunya kita sediakan shelter ataupun mungkin temporary shelter. Kita sediakan rumah-perumahan. Kita sediakan juga bekalan air dan infrastruktur prasarana. Kita juga salurkan bantuan dalam bentuk pak makanan dan juga dalam bentuk pendidikan.
Alhamdulillah setelah melalui perjalanan hampir 12 tahun ini, MyCare telah melalui berbagai fasa pengurusan. So kita merasakan bahawa we have enough experience to grow further. Kita merasakan kita ada kepakaran, kita merasakan kita ada wow. Sebab apa? Sebab we have gone through all the processes. Kami telah diaudit oleh third party consulting firm. Kita telah melalui proses audit oleh UNHCR. Kami telah melalui audit oleh FATF dengan mendapat recognition daripada Bank Negara. MyCare juga sebagai salah satu institusi yang telah mendapat special consultative status daripada ECOSOC.
MyCare mempentingkan ketulusan, integriti, good governance. Ini sesuatu yang kita tidak akan compromise. Dulu kita tak compromise, sekarang kita tak compromise dan tidak akan kita compromise di masa-masa yang datang.
Untuk tahun kewangan 2021, kita pastikan ada terdapat 3 segmen yang kita laporkan kepada masyarakat secara umum. Satu, penyaluran. Berapa banyak sumbangan yang kami terima dan berapa banyak yang disalurkan. Untuk tahun kewangan 2021, berapa banyak kita pastikan untuk OPEX, untuk pengenalan dan pengurusan. Yang ketiga, berapa banyak pula kami gunakan untuk pelaburan ataupun reserve fund. MyCare telah mengenepikan 15% daripada sumbangan tuan-tuan untuk pengurusan dan juga untuk sustainability jangka masa panjang. Secara sedar, kos operasi secara keseluruhan adalah hampir 10% pada tahun lepas. Tetapi disebabkan oleh pulangan daripada investment tadi, kami dapat menguruskan dengan baik dan hanya 3% daripada sumbangan tuan-tuan dan puan diambil untuk OPEX.
Beberapa tahun akan datang, MyCare ini akan menjadi the leading and respected humanitarian service organisation. Kita menjadi NGO yang utama bukan saja di Malaysia tapi juga peringkat antarabangsa dan juga respect yang dihormati. Dihormati bukan kerana kita hebat tapi dihormati kerana usaha-usaha murni kita lakukan untuk membantu mereka yang perlu dibantu, tetapi kita berpegang pada integriti dan juga ketulusan good governance yang menyebabkan kita layak dihormati sebab prinsip yang kita pegang. Semoga Allah permudahkan segala urusan kita dan penting diberikan kebenaran atas usaha murni ini di dunia dan di akhirat. Betul hadis yang disebutkan tadi daripada riwayat Bukhari, the first to enter paradise is those who do syaitan.
Solidarity of Muslim for Al-Quds Retaken Smart 171 bercita-cita jadi pembebas Al-Quds yang profesional, cerdas, dan taktis. 171 merupakan representasi dari surah 17 ayat 1. Kami berkomitmen membebaskan Palestina lewat edukasi pemuda, membangun kesadaran dan kepedulian pada isu kemanusiaan di Indonesia maupun di Tanah Suci Palestina. Berkampanye dan update kondisi Palestina untukmu. Terkoneksi dengan pemuda Indonesia untuk satukan langkah dalam baik berisik dengan semangat juang yang sama. Program ini mendapatkan sambutan luar biasa dan mendapat penghargaan internasional pada tahun 2022. Saat Palestina terusik, jangan hanya berbisik, kita harus berisik.